What? That opening. Gotta do traffic. Green list. Apply. Oh. Oh. Okay. Get the boys in here. Or the boy, because there's only one person online, because no one grinds this game like me. Alright then. SnD Lord coming at you. Oh, what's that? I gotta Twitch.tv, by the way. I gotta do. I don't know what. Yep. What else was on? There's a stupid scope. No. Whatever. Yep, whatever. That's good enough. Back. Come watch me live. Modern Warfare 2 to learn. Day one. SnD strats, you dig? Oh, what happened? Oh. Kinda cringe on. Who would watch me? Okay, let's go. Can't do it again. Well, actually, because I'm so old, I gotta take a leave, bro. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. With all due respect, if you are trying to chow me on SND, just know we'll get destroyed.
Yo.
Dave, do you hear me? You fucking bitch.
No, I'm trying to play the game, but it's saying that I gotta fucking buy it again. I don't understand.
Well, fucking buy it again, Dave. You got money to spend. The fuck?
I'm not trying to drop fucking extra beesies for something I already bought.
Dave, you buy extra beer when you've already bought that how many times?
I know, but this
Dave!
isn't fair.
You know what's not fair? Not letting me see the creatures you take home before you take them home. That's not fair. So I can walk out and be a proud brother, be like, that's my bro, Dave, take him up for the team.
Dude, this is dumb. Really gonna make me buy it again.
Did it take money from your account?
I don't know, I pre-ordered it a long time ago. Does that mean it didn't even go through?
It
I
probably
thought it
didn't
did.
then. It probably did not, because I had to pre-order mine twice, and it only took money from me once. I went back and looked to be sure through my statements. That was like you.
All hunters, bomb defused. That round's ours. Let's win another.
You're trying to tell me it never took money from you?
It's a fun. I love this game, Dave.
Switching sides.
Dave, the M16 in
Search
core,
and destroy.
1 burst.
Hunter 1.
When-
Set the charge on the target.
Hostile
When
UAV
were
in
we
the
playing
area.
the
Our
beta?
UAV
How
is
long ago
orbiting
was
the...
We have the device.
That's when I would have pre-ordered it. It would have been like $90.
Papi? Is that dumb dick Dave?
Yo, when were we playing the beta? Was it like a month ago kind of deal?
High alert online.
Yeah, almost a month ago, yeah.
'Cause that's when I would have pre-ordered, but it's saying that I didn't buy it again. I don't understand. It's trying to make me buy it twice. Or it never came out of my
We
account.
won that round.
Bro,
Now do it again.
Got home after work, and the game was only at 60%.
Bro, you should have just dropped it off at my house. It would have been done for fucking as soon as you
and
got to
destroy.
work almost.
Yeah, send me the
All
send me the
hunters,
address. 'Cause
plant
you
a
guys
charge
moved,
on the
didn't you?
target and destroy it.
What's that?
You guys moved,
You've
didn't you?
secured the
Yeah.
device.
Yeah, just send me your address and I'll drop it off before work started, because I paused it so I could play Rebirth with some buddies after work, and then I forgot to start it up again before I went to bed.
Like, I just don't want to click. Okay, like, I'm gonna get fucking... I don't see it. Lost never. Fucking buy it again.
Oh, you bitch!
We took the lost that round. Be ready for the next.
$100?
Hell yeah.
Again?
What?
That's what I'm saying.
Search and destroy.
Man said,
All
yo,
hunters
MW
detonate the
200
target
bucks.
to win.
Fucking better
Bomb
not be.
secure.
If I go back and see my statements, I bought it during the beta. Go figure, the game's already fully installed.
We've secured the
Like I
bomb.
already had it. Oh. Just wanted another 100.
Shut the fuck up, Dave.
Well, at least I get to play right
Planting
away.
bomb at Alpha. Device in place. Countdown started. That round's out.
I'm just the best,
Let's win another.
bro. I'm just the best. Like,
This is the best there is, the best there ever was.
fucking A right, pussy.
Switching sides. Search and destroy.
Dave's getting gypped, Kyle, apparently, because apparently he bought
All
the
hunters defend the objectives.
the game, but he's saying that Call of Duty just wants his beer money.
Yep.
I'm saying. Change display name? No way.
Down to you. Finish the mission.
Actually,
Oh, I almost
Lost that
snappered.
round. Stand by for the next one.
No, I didn't. Yo, Red.
Mhm.
What's wrong with your
Search
internet, dog?
and destroy.
Fucking trash, man.
Oh,
Hunter 1 set security on the objectives.
oh.
15 megabytes. Fucking. Yeah, 15 megabytes for download.
Don't brag, please.
Like I gotta move in with Casey and get that fiber internet.
On God, dude.
The enemy planted
What
at
is
Alpha.
this shit? Current profile is not allowed to play on Xbox Network. Oh fuck? Why? Connection disconnected.
It's just you now. Finish the mission.
I just fucking wrecked this thing.
I was trying to tell you. I got no more
We
gold.
took the lost
That
that
shit comes out of
round.
my shit
Be ready for the
automatically.
next.
Dave, is because you cheating, dog?
Dave, you cheating?
I just want more money. Shit, you pay $100 now. I owe $12 for gold. Listen, when do I not have
Search
gold?
and destroy.
Since you canceled your gold, dog.
All hunters, secure a perimeter around the objectives.
You're such a fucking bitch, bro. Jesus Christ. How many bullets does it take to kill a brother? So sick and tired of you, Dave, and your
Mission
nonsense right now.
compromised. We're done.
I'm telling you, I just paid for the game twice. I bet you I just had to buy gold and then that shit would pop right up.
Yeah, but
Now it's just paid fucking $100 again.
You can ask for a refund. Easily. Just call him and be like, yo, that's my fucking chip-in money with Uncle Darren.
You
Yo.
already own this. There's a pattern on this subscription. What the fuck are you talking about?
Dave.
Fix it now.
Yo, Kai, see the sniper I got? Shitty
Should
one?
be bugging out.
What's the LAB-33? I'll use that gun. Tell me it's one of these.
Oh, that's what's going on. That's my fucking old ass visa.
Oh, so it didn't work? Because you're using your old ass?
My gold, yeah.
Oh, it's got the worst map in the history of Call of Duty.
Shit don't make no goddamn sense. Why would I use that?
Search and destroy.
Dave, you were drunk one day and just decided that you weren't giving no more monies to Call of Duty or Fortnite?
The
Like, the timing I get is redonkulous, dude. Fucking Lord.
You've won that round. Get ready for the next one.
Yo, is this Bibby? Fucking Bibby on the sticks I'm watching right now. You know how I know it's Bibby?
Search and destroy.
Because he clutched up, that's why.
All Strasser, defend the objectives.
Unlike if it was Dirty Dick Dave, he wouldn't have clutched.
I'm trying to find out how to fucking buy gold. What? Learn more.
Yeah,
Oh,
bro.
shit.
Victory secure. Be ready to win again.
I'm a level 32 beast.
Search and destroy. All Strasser, secure a perimeter around the objective.
Whatever, Dave.
My old shit just keeps popping up. Expired on 2022-09-11. That would have been. Okay, let's update and pay.
Fast hands online.
No!
You've won that round. Get ready for the next one. Switching sides.
Where the fuck's Commander Boo at?
Search and destroy.
I don't know, I tried to bring him breakfast this morning, but he didn't answer me.
All
What about
Strasser,
me,
press
Dave?
charge on the target
I'm fucking
when
hungry.
online. We have the device.
The fuck, what about Kyle? He's a fucking dad, doesn't get to eat ever.
My dad is currently blacked out in the back, waiting for his breakfast to get in it. He's like trying to go for a run already. I was like, go to bed, you fucking bastard. Won't even listen to me. I just had to like body slam him into the bed and put the blankets on, take his glasses off.
Is it his fucking nanites time or what?
Fucking right. Heard people coming in and out all night. I was just fucking hiding. Leave me alone.
Dave's not here or what?
1 minute remaining.
Fucking everybody just wants to go on benders. It's like, holy smokes, man. I need to drink some water and recover.
Fucking merit bender, no surrender or what?
Pretty much.
Like you can't keep
That
up
poor
no
liver
more?
fucking hates me, dude.
And everyone's like, fucking keep the party going or what?
Yeah. Fucking people showing up never
30
showering
seconds
in 2
remain.
days. Fuck's sakes.
Like Tom Tom?
Johnny Boy
Bomb
was the first
secured.
one fucking kept coming back. I was like, oh.
Planting bomb at Alpha. All Strasser devices set. Stand by
I can't
to
figure
detonate.
this shit out. I don't know what's going on. Subscription, yes, that's what I want to do. Give it a try, something went wrong. Fucking. Need to do this shit on a computer. Let's cancel subscription.
Victory secure. Be ready to win again.
Yes.
Dave is currently trying to figure out how to
Destroy.
play this game
Strasser 1, set a charge on the
and how to
target
survive
and
merit
detonate it.
without
High
partying the
alert
whole
activated.
time.
Have secured the bomb. Friendly cruise missile deployed. Friendly SAE on the way. Friendly bomb at Bravo. Stand by. Bomb planted. Set a perimeter. You've won that round. Get ready for the next one.
Fucking 1 and 1, I'm a beast. Or 1 and 2, I'm a beast. Game's pretty fun though, Dave. I don't know, you might like it.
Destroy.
Oh, okay. Well, now I am seeing.
All Strasser.
I
Get
bought
to make the target to
UFC,
win.
bought Bullet
Start your
Train,
offensive.
bought another movie,
Bomb secure.
pre-order, payment failed, so that didn't go through. And that did go through. Alright. Gold. So how do I put a new card on my account?
You just go to your settings and add new.
Settings? Payment and billing. Oh, payment options. Really gonna go outside and make me get my fucking wallet, isn't it? Holy bro.
60 seconds left.
Get rid of all this.
You are left.
No, bro.
That round. Get ready for the
You
next
just
one.
come out at the perfect timing. I love it.
Wait, this is my card. Expires in 2025. That's my shit.
Switching sides.
Is that your main card though?
Search and destroy. Strasser 1, set
'Cause
security
it-
on the objectives.
Might set your main card as a different one.
Yeah, I just deleted all other options, so now let's try to buy gold. Descriptions.
Oh, this map's so buns, bro. I just don't know how to
Mission is
play it.
complete. Good work.
There. I had to delete all that shit. Fuck. It was just kept going back to my old card. Okay, reoccurring bill now. Now I should be able to fucking play, right?
I
Should be
mean,
easy as that.
you made it sound way more complicated. I mean, it was really that easy. Here nor there.
Oh, I got the whole game downloaded. How does it let me download everything and but I never owned it.
I did not tell you.
Holy fuck. I'm in. Do I even bother trying to customize like loadouts and shit? I'm probably level 0, ain't I?
Yeah, you probably have to go in and
Search and destroy.
Is there hardcore or no?
Nope, not yet.
We have the device.
Heard the time to kill is pretty fucking fast anyway.
Yep.
Go fast, take off that, take off that. I don't got shit unlocked. What is this
1 minute
daily
left.
challenges? Okay.
Ho 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 ho! I don't like this sniper.
30 seconds remain. Bomb secure. We're planting at Alpha.
What's your sensitivity at?
Saber, device is set.
I just left
Stand
it.
by to
I haven't
detonate.
changed my sense yet.
Try 5 and ADS sensitivity multiplier.
Our bomb was
Is
defused.
it automatic sprint on or off?
We lost that round. Ready up for the next
I have
one.
it. I have it off. Where's this guy talking shit?
Search and destroy. Saber 1, set a charge on the target and detonate it. We've secured the bomb. Fast hands online. We have the device. It's down to you, mate. Finish the mission. Final minute.
Playing the game for some reason.
30 seconds.
Fucking my ass handed to me.
You've secured the device.
I'll be good eventually.
Planting bomb at Bravo. Stand by. Bomb planted. Set containment.
Did you have
The
dead
enemy
silence?
defused our bomb. We took a loss there. Let's not repeat it.
I don't know how he has dead silence.
Search and destroy. All Saber, plant a charge on the target and level it.
Oh shit, I'm
secured the
about to
bomb.
play. Oh. See how this res connect hold up? Brandon said it was fiber. I don't even know how to play.
Move, bitch.
Where's the SMGs?
Bro, is this Illuminati guy the best or what?
1 minute left.
Yeah, right. I fucking shot you right in the face.
This round is ours. Ready up for the next one.
Oh yeah, no slide cancel.
Let's go mellow.
Side. Search and destroy. Saber
Yeah,
one,
it's optic fiber
security
now.
on the objectives.
Oh my god. Bro, let's be straight camping, bro. That's it. I gotta get good.
Enemy planted at Bravo. Standing by. Counter UAV ready for tasking. All Saber, bomb defused. We took a victory there. Prepare to repeat it.
I don't know, I haven't used the AK, Carl. All I know is
Search and destroy.
me and my boy Mello going off on the
Saber,
main
defend
stage.
the objectives. Friendly UAV on station.
Got my first kill.
Solid copy. Counter UAV running signals interference.
These kids all got good guns. Late to the game.
Missile standing by.
Oh.
Final minute. Ready up for the next one.
Bro didn't even see that claymore? What the fuck? Look at this guy. Look at this. Goat shit right there.
Search and destroy. All Saber, secure a perimeter around the objectives. Minute left. This round is ours. Ready up for the next one. Switching sides.
These guys are talking
Search
shit,
and
Dave.
destroy. All Saber, detonate the target. Enemy UAV active. We've secured the bomb.
What am I dying to?
Trojan 6-2 launch cruise. No hit, no hit. Target still intact.
Copy that. UAV online and orbiting the AO. Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
Final minute.
Oh my god.
Hostiles launched a cruise missile. Seconds remain. We took a victory there. Prepare to repeat it.
Oh, that guy got fucking gunned.
Search and destroy. Saber 1, set a charge on the top. Friendly UAV online. Bomb secure.
Oh, I almost got him, that little rat.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Oh.
What is that, dude?
out for the next one.
I was like fucking 0 and 4 off the rip.
Search and destroy. All Saber, plant a charge on the target and level it. We have the device. Our UAV is orbiting the area.
Yo!
Setting device on Bravo. Device in place. Countdown started. Mission complete. Solid work.
I hit a collateral. Collateral. No, Dave, you concentrating right now? Dog? Fuck, man, I go for surgery tomorrow and I'm not even hyped for that. Yo, Dave.
Yeah.
Wet Lord listening?
I was talking to Johnny Boy, but yeah, I'm getting back.
Oh. Is John still partying?
No.
But.
Search and destroy.
Oh my god, the recoil is insane on this. I don't have a custom class set up yet. I just got. Oh shit! Oh, first tree piece in the basket there, oh my god, this gun has like. What the fuck is this? Oh my god, body.
1 minute remaining.
Yeah. There's some motherfucking bullets, yeah. Oh, I'll pick up this. Oh, what the fuck? I don't know how to use this shit. Oh, somebody's coming up on my body.
30
Oh, I
seconds.
hit him too. What the heck?
Victory secure.
A shit
Need to
marker
win
on
again.
Ocean,
That's,
bro.
timing. What a fucking shoddy.
Did your son John miss you, Dave?
Yeah.
You getting some fatherly advice right now?
Search and destroy.
Or is he trying to tell you he's pregnant?
All Strasser, secure
No.
the perimeter around the objectives. Friendly UAV on station.
Fuck, I shot is so shit. Oh no!
It's down to you.
Holy
Finish
fuck,
the
I got a
mission.
blanket pulled over my face.
Fast hands.
Oh no.
They've planted at Alpha.
No, bro, I knew you was out
The
there.
round is lost. Focus on the next one.
Oh,
Search and destroy.
Buddy, like, I don't know what's I'm fucking freaking out too much. And who the hell killed me? Oh, how do you even come from this?
Strasser 1, set security on the objectives.
Oh. Oh. Let's get fucking quick open the dome. What kind of gun is that? Fucking, this is some bullshit. One tap me in the dome.
Of course you're just fucking looking there, dude.
Gotta learn how to use this thing.
60 seconds left.
The dog shit teammates all the time. And then he's just fucking AFK, bro.
The enemy planted at Alpha.
Footsteps, yo.
We lost that round. Get ready for the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Strasser 1, set a charge on the target and detonate it.
Come on, boys.
We have secured the bomb.
Like, you're such a pussy, dude.
Is he killing me? Single shot.
Oh, look at this guy.
Oh, the recoil, bro. Apps at all. Where's that?
Now, how do I look at the other ones?
Oh, I got this big ass bazooka on my back. Getting insane. Oh, 19 and 8. Second game case?
You went 8 and 19?
No, other way around.
Oh. Oh. Kyle, get on. Dave's fucking farming without you. Dave.
Ew.
Ain't it fucked up? Kyle
Just-
tells us to play a game and then his motherfucking bitch ass is never on.
Right?
Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? He tells me he's gonna play with me. Guess what he does? Goes for camos, and he knows your boy only plays Search.
Oh, I can get a fucking loadout now.
Dave just started playing Kyle. In fairness,
Oh,
Search and
you're
destroy.
alive?
and you get to play longer than
Did you
me.
eat your breakfast?
Enemy
There's a
planted at
coffee in
Alpha.
there for you too. Huh? Holy fuck, I got no scope on this shit? Oh, this is a fucking range map for sure.
Fuck, of course. This guy just
Holy fucking
going
pull a
the
blanket over my head.
wrong way, dude.
We took a loss there. Let's not repeat it.
Oh my god, like, I need a scope. I can't see that shit. I hit my couldn't see shit.
Search and
I need it 3
destroy.
times on this game, Casey.
Cheersies, Kyle. What's that, Dave?
Need a 3
All
times
Saber,
scope.
defend the
on my gun.
objectives.
Fucking open your eyes, you. God.
I'm using iron sights right now like I'm fucking a goat or something. Dude, I want to use a sniper. That sounds fun. Oh. Oh, fucking. This got Kobe. Oh. Not off to a great start again. Fuck, everybody's got the beams, yo.
You're all that's left. Finish it. We lost that round. Ready up for the next one.
Two and two, because I'm absolute
Search and
buns.
destroy.
My team is doing well too. 0 and
Saber
5,
one.
Fossenberg.
Take
Thank you for
security
your
on the
contribution. Skill-based matchmaking, and I get that fucking pleasure.
Hostile UAV
Fucking
in the
crawl
area.
on the ground. Fucking didn't even see his Kobe. Oh my god, this guy's still there. Oh, wait, you're alive. Oh my god, I'm so trash. This guy got gold on his shit already? What a fucking sweat lord. Literally my third game and this guy's got gold. Oh my god. Scared the shit out of me.
Oh, let's go again, I guess. Fuck, man.
You could fucking spawn trap on this game, can't you?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I don't play enough. Reg.
Did he kill me while I was in that shit?
This round is ours. Prepare for the next one.
Oh.
Search and destroy. Jaeger 1, set a charge on the target and detonate it. Friendly UAV online.
Come on, let's
Arm
wake up.
secure.
Oh. This is how we're playing the new Call of Duty, just fucking walking around ADS. Wait till I get good at this game. Just gotta learn the maps, that's all.
Friendly UAV on station.
And not get fucking one tapped by. Like, what is this gun? The Lockman 762. One fucking shot. And I'm dead. You dead.
This guy's fucking playing
We lost
SnD
that
the level
round.
up gun.
Prepare for the next one.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, bro.
Switching sides.
I'm losing gunfights to this guy.
Search and destroy. All Jaeger, defend the objectives.
I'm losing my fucking mind playing this damn
Enemy
game.
UAV active.
Yeah, pick up this guy's gun. Fucking stunned, man.
planted at Bravo. High alert, online.
Oh yeah, we could tell he needs some attachments on our ship. Yeah, we get some attachments, we'll be good.
Only you remain. Finish the mission. We lost the round. Be ready for the next. Search and destroy.
This game is some fucking dog shit,
Secure
dude.
perimeter around the objectives.
Oh, I fucking knew he was hanging out right there. Losing? No, we're winning. Oh my god, it's hanging out in the back of our spawn. Shit. Yeah.
They've planted at Alpha. Oh yeah,
fun.
bomb defused. Round secure, on to the next.
What's that? I don't know, right? Like the Olympia from Zombies. Oh, we still want pause.
Search and destroy. Jaeger 1, set security of the objectives.
You did? Yes, no, I need to back out, that's for sure. Yes, I need some attachments. I just need some attachments.
Final minute. 30 seconds remain.
I got 2 things.
Dude, of course you're up there, man.
Where's my stem?
Round is ours.
Cheat
Prepare
this
for the
game
next one.
sometimes, bro. I just can't.
Switching sides. Search and destroy. All Jaeger, plant a charge on the targeted. Enemy UAV overhead. Our UAV is orbiting the area. We have the device.
Portable radar, we need that.
Fucking Dave. You shoot everything, dog, or what?
So we got a P-Mini. What's that? Dom and kill confirmed. Never played gaming for a while, so I had no fucking Xbox Gold or nothing. I just spent $100 and something just now just to fucking play
1
this
minute
game.
remaining.
Yeah, I only play a couple games of Fortnite here and there. I never fucking play anything.
We've secured the bomb. Planting bomb at Alpha. All Jaeger, device is set. Stand by to detonate.
Can I just play this map? Shit, we got a fucking scope now, though. Oh.
Round secure. On to the next.
Taishin, can you drink a ghost, please?
Search and destroy.
No way I get stuck.
All Jaeger, detonate the target to win.
Oh my god, that's how we're playing.
Bomb secure.
Nobody moving on this game, Casey. I don't know. I don't know, bro. Having flashbacks. Oh my
Friendly cruise missile inbound.
god. Move 10 feet and 80 miles an hour.
Friendly care package in the AO.
And he just knows. Let's look.
We gotta start playing like them.
Yep, you gotta play a lot slower in this game.
I need some fucking.
Friendly SA inbound.
I need a foregrip.
Final minute.
Fuck, that guy's a dumbass.
There's a dolphin dive me.
We lost that round. Prepare for the next one.
Radar? Shit. I feel like we need some more color on the players.
I feel like
I
you
feel
just.
like they blend in with the background.
Search and destroy. Jaeger 1, set a charge on the target and detonate it. We've secured the bomb.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get them next time either. Just rock stars. That was fucking trash. Like, oh my fucking god, where's my goddamn fucking audio, man? I might have to get off this game. Take a break. Play Age of Empires or some shit.
Remaining.
Oh, we went negative.
And then this guy just gets kills gifted to him.
Seconds left. We lost the round. Be ready for the next. Switch inside. Search and destroy. All Jaeger, defend the objectives.
First time playing this map.
The enemy
Oh,
planted an
I'm
alpha.
playing Dom.
Of course, man. Of course.
Oh. Right.
I'm getting dumbass, dude.
We lost that round. Prepare for the next one.
No. I could hear
I'm gonna-
footsteps everywhere.
Search and destroy.
I don't know maps, so.
Jaeger 1, set security on the objectives.
Oh my god, like he's literally right beside me. Oh, he hid behind the door. Oh, that timing. It's just fun because I feel like a super noob. Oh, Magnum. Oh, no.
The enemy planted at Bravo.
Yo,
Come on, give me that, dude! Fucking Jesus Christ. And then, oh my fucking god, man.
Mission failed. Return to base.
This game's so fucking stupid, dude. What the fuck? I didn't want to play this, dude. Stupid ass shit, bro.
who is like, what is happening to me? Oh, he's right beside me. Fucking so blind. Mm. Okay.
LAB 3. What the fuck is that? Probably a gun I don't even have yet.
Like new and old Xbox can't play? I'm not sure.
Oh, this fucking gun. How do you get this gun? Oh, I have it. Okay, well, fucking let me use it. Yeah. Good.
You little knife and bitch.
Take a mental note here.
Fuck, how's that feel, motherfucker? You're fast as fuck with the knife, dude.
Yeah, you can be.
Oh, that was hard to see him there.
And everything, dude.
Oh, spawn trapping. Yeah, right.
Yo, I'm about to change my screen name. Fuck it.
Fuck did I just try to call in? I don't need that shit.
Message me back, Illuminati, you little bitch.
What was that?
And no one a friend. Oh shit. Whoops. Now I gotta add you guys again because I'm a dumb. I'm a dumb fuck, bro. Shit for brains over here. Who else do I need to add? Oh yeah,
Oh,
Kyle.
how did I get 2 kills?
Pretty sure that's it. I hope that's.
The footsteps are OP in this game, man. Like, it freaks me out. I hear, like, everybody's fucking footsteps.
Oh, why can't I whisper to him, bro?
Right on. Start leveling up and fucking bombed. Oh, I'm butt cheeks.
Your brother Maz is level 55.
It was weird, yeah. Oh, what the fuck is happening?
Oh yeah, I need that Calv too.
Oh, fucking picking up guns at the wrong time.
Dave, stop doing that. I don't know who the fuck this is. Check.
Oh. I could put 15 bullets into a guy, but he's just shooting me once. Oh, shit. We lost, Casey.
Why, Dave? Tell me.
Oh, no. Went positive, though. Oh, we got a barrel.
But I don't have no skins. What about Ghost? What?
No. Where's the barrel? Oh. Oh, I played this one in the beta. Oh, I could, yeah. Should also just pick up somebody else's shit. Oh, fuck. The fuck kind of plane? Fuck, man. Obviously, I don't know where to look. Motherfuckers hanging out on roofs and shit. Oh, he got a stem. Let's say, no, wait, that one. See this. He's strong.
Oh, that's annoying. Accidentally unplugging my controller.
Oh. More bullets, man. Get more bullets, dude. Shit.
Okay, let's go now. Take a break. Calm down. Mellowed out. We're ready to go. I hope.
Like, if there's a kill streak, I'm getting hit by it. No fucking doubt about that shit.
Please don't brag. Because I want to get hit by kill streaks all the time too. And it just doesn't happen.
Ooh.
Oh, you just watching your fucking child right now? My neph? Waiting for Dave to become a father too?
Search and destroy.
Oh my god.
One minute left. We won that round. Now do it again.
What a beast.
Every time I try to count,
Search
nobody comes
and destroy.
fucking to my door.
Wonder, actually.
Hunter 1 set security on the objectives.
Oh, you can see. That's cool.
Friendly UAV online.
Last
He's
minute.
off and dive. Oh shit. Is that two? Oh, like what? Everybody's just got
Fast hands
better
online.
guns, all the attachments. I was just
30
drunk all
seconds
weekend.
left.
Were you
That
hammered
round's
all weekend,
ours.
Dave?
Let's win another.
Yeah. Catch up now.
Now you're trying to recover while everyone's trying to still bender it up.
And destroy.
Yeah.
Acting like
Like I knew
All
it was
hunters, secure a perimeter around the objectives.
hello.
UPS International Express, the last note.
Cruise missile, yeah, it's aiming for me again. What? Getting wrecked. My man, like, not ready to use the sub, I guess. No.
1 minute left.
Oh my god. Everybody's
The
just
enemy
posted
planted
up.
at Bravo.
Ready for tasking.
Alive, Dad?
High
Nick?
alert activated. We've defused the bomb. We won that round.
Sometimes you're sick.
Now do it again.
Think you're sicko.
I didn't even hear them go to the
Switching
bomb.
sides.
Deaf as shit or something.
Search and destroy. All hunters, plant a charge on the target and destroy it. Bomb secure.
Damn, Brandon just got some monsters in the fridge. Just looking
Friendly
at
cruise
them.
missile approaching target.
Don't bring monsters anymore.
UAV standing by.
I think it's
Missile ready for launch.
Oh no, Brandon's got all the good shit.
We're planting at Alpha.
Shit's all over the hills. I think that's what mine is too, but one up.
Bomb planted. Set
Mine
perimeter.
broke. Oh, my man was ready. How did he get to be so fast?
That round's ours. Let's win another.
I don't know.
Oh my god.
Can you really disrespect my guy like
Search and destroy.
Should make some eggs and toast after this.
Hunter 1, set a charge on the target and detonate it. We've secured the bomb.
This is Tiger 3-1.
Securing device on Alpha, stand by.
Audio. I'm fucking
We
getting
won that
aimed.
round.
Let's see
Now do
this.
it again.
Same gun, just way better attachment. Oh. Gotta get good again.
No, Davey, you getting them, dog, or what?
Search and destroy.
Oh, I should have just kept looking that way.
Yo, what? Right here.
All hunters detonate the target to win.
Jesus Christ.
We have the device.
No shot, you can re-peek him.
Oh, two-piece chicken in the basket.
Solid copy.
Planting
My
bomb at Alpha.
teammates! Yeah, yeah.
Copy that. UAV is on
Three of
station.
us.
All hunters, device is set. Stand by
Three
to
of us
detonate.
down this lane.
Our UAV is orbiting the area.
I got killed. See, it came for us. Might as well spawn right there.
Counter UAV exiting the AO.
Oh, I
All
don't know where
hunters,
to
mission
look.
accomplished. Lack a job.
I'm back. Went 8-0 for you, David. Okay, streamers. While I make some...
Oh, what the fuck, man?
What?
Oh, just sound horn. You could tell. It just fucking knew exactly where I was. Like I said, the footsteps are insane in this game. Knew you were there.
Yo, Dave.
Yeah.
Do you watch or listen to Mr. Ballin?
I got three brothers just waiting for me to walk that corner.
I'm guessing no.
It's fucking dumb, man.
Streamers, you're gonna listen to this while I make food.
Today's podcast features two separate, unique stories that are both themed around the same thing: strange events that took place in the wild. The audio from both of these stories has been pulled from my YouTube channel and has been remastered for this episode. The links to the original YouTube videos are in the description. The first story you'll hear is called The Russian Death March, and it's about an event that was so horrifying, the one person who survived it couldn't speak when she finally stumbled, bloody and terrified, out of the forest. The second story you'll hear is called Bell's Canyon, and it's one of, if not the most, talked about episodes in the entire
Any
Mr. Ballin
sound
content catalog. It's about a solo hiker who comes face to face with a very strange
Like a
nighttime
sound
visitor.
thing.
But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange,
Something I
dark, and
just saw.
mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right
Sound horn,
podcast
piece of
because that's
shit.
all we do, and we upload twice a week, once on Monday and once on Thursday. So, if that's of interest to you, please kidnap the 5-star review button and then force them to brush their teeth with a very minty toothpaste. When they're done, make them drink a huge glass of orange juice. Also, please subscribe to the Mr. Ballin podcast wherever you listen to podcasts so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Last month, I was at the grocery store when I looked at my phone and saw my wife had sent me a text message. And as soon as I read it, my heart started to race. It just said, "Come home immediately. My house bought clothing." He placed an order for me from Stitch Fix. Stitch Fix is the Mr. Ballin for $20 off today. StitchFix.com/Mr. Ballin.
Yo, Trevor, I'm just making some food real quick, my guy, and then I'll be playing again.
Okay, let's get into our first story called The Russian Death March.
It's fucking around too much.
Alright, I'll cook later. I'll play right now, 1 second. You just missed me. Go 8-0, Trevor.
I couldn't see that guy at all.
Good stuff to start the morning, you know? So it makes my...
Like, how do I lose that?
Trevor,
Oh, buddy didn't even shoot him at all, that's why.
I've gone days without eating playing Call of Duty. And survive in Gamer 2. My brother was in here, but I don't know where he is now.
These guys are calling out to each other 100%.
My game just freeze? I think it just froze.
I'm just free fucking kills for these guys. What the fuck, man? Like, he just spawned right behind me and just walked up behind me. But yeah, I'll take that freebie. Telling you, I'm shooting these kids first and I'm losing, dude.
Hit your shots, kid. Well, I'll drink an energy drink, Trevor. You remember how it was. Just drink a sugar-free one so you don't crash. Ask your Uncle Kyle. Or your Papa Kyle, I should say.
Ooh.
Oh, why is this?
Same fucking gun. Oh my god. Like, doesn't even make sense. Holy fuck. Hmm. I don't know about all that, John.
How do you get this side? This is what I want to know. Or this one. Oh, it says right there the Lockman sub. Oh, the sub. Sheesh.
Oh, 45 round mag. More bullets.
Alright, Trevor. Let's go.
I seen something. I'm about you can customize attachments too.
Dave, to unlock some guns and attachments, you have to use different guns to unlock them, get them to a certain level.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we got 4 attachments now. It's windy outside. Oh, I remember this map.
Search and destroy.
Open this door and die.
Saber 1, set a charge on the target and detonate it. We have the device.
Oh, fucking trash. Let's watch this. That's it.
Fast hands.
I know he's in here.
Fucking res, bro.
1 minute left.
Huge res dog fight outside. Huh? Who's guy?
We're
Your dog?
planting at Bravo. Full Saber, device is
destroyed?
set. Stand by to detonate.
Oh, that little brown dog? No. Apparently my dog got fucked up the other day by him. Isn't that a Rottweiler or something? I must not know Keisha's dog. Is it? Oh, yeah.
This round is ours. Ready up for the next one.
Oh, fuck.
Switching sides.
Fucking looked like they were just fucking all ganging up
Search
on
and
him.
destroy. All Saber, defend the objectives.
Oh man, of course, bro. Fuck. Yeah, we could do that.
Bravo.
Like when would you want to do it, Kyle? Dave,
We lost that round. Ready up for the next one.
do you want to squad up and go hit Fright Night with the boys?
What's Fright Night?
Vancouver's, what do you call it?
Search and destroy.
The Peony.
Going?
Oh, you would have to go
Saber one.
tonight because I have
Security on the objectives.
surgery tomorrow.
Pretty good P&E right now.
High alert.
Who's all trying to go?
I don't know. Of course, bro. Let me see.
Enemy bomb at Bravo.
Just sound horse, dude. He just laid there in sound horse. Jesus, look at this guy go.
Oh my god.
All Saber, bomb defused. We took a victory there. Prepare to repeat it. Search and destroy.
Well, I don't know. I'd have to see what if Mihaly would want to go.
All Saber, secure a perimeter around the objectives. Friendly UAV on station. They've planted at Bravo. It's down to you, mate. Finish the mission. We've defused the bomb. This round is ours. Ready up for the next one. Switch inside. Search and destroy.
Expensive as fuck now, Kyle? Is that what you're telling me?
All Saber, detonate the target to win. We've secured the bomb.
Oh my god. Of course, man.
We took a victory there. Prepare to repeat it.
Oh fuck, I'm dead son.
Search and destroy.
Oh shit, look, just domed him.
All Saber, plant a charge on the target and level it.
Oh shit.
Friendly UAV online. Enemy UAV overhead. Bomb secure. One minute left.
Last place.
Setting device on Bravo. Bomb planted. Set containment. Mission complete. Solid work.
Ammo. New Modern Warfare. Oh, sluts. I was gonna try to fucking rally too, but I was like, I don't want to spend a bunch of money.
Why is he screaming, dog?
Well,
Search and destroy. We've secured the bomb.
Oh.
hello? Like the second I push fucking X, John, I just didn't try to get a reload in there. But the second I push X, I'm dead.
Final minute.
Huh? I don't know. Sure.
Seconds remain. Launching bomb at Alpha. Device in place. Countdown started.
Banged your ankle? Banged your ankle?
Our bomb was defused. We took a loss there. Let's not repeat it.
Took an L there. Let's not repeat it.
Search and destroy.
Just fucking walking around with a P-Lap.
Saber 1, set a charge on the target and detonate it. Bomb secure. Hands activated. Enemy UAV active.
Motherfucker just kill me with a revolver. Oh, that's just one shot? I'm gonna put that on. Get a clip.
They just have a UAV and
We lost that round.
their
Ready up for the
footsteps
next
just
one.
don't exist.
Search and destroy. All Saber, plant a charge on the target and level it. We have the device. We're planting at Alpha. Bomb planted. Set containment. This round is ours. Ready up for the next one.
Can't even unmute them. They're just saying dropping N-words the whole time.
Switching sides. Search and destroy. Saber 1, set security on the objectives. High alert active. We took a victory there. Prepare to repeat it. Search
I
and
thought I
destroy.
wasn't gonna win that for a second.
All Saber, defend the
Of
objective.
course! Like, just hide right in front of him.
Hostile UAV in the area. Our UAV is orbiting the area.
Guess so. Of course.
There's no time, you dumbass.
We took a loss there. Let's not repeat it. Search and destroy. All Saber, secure a perimeter around the objectives. Enemy bomber Alpha. You're all that's left. Finish it.
No, bro, how do I
Lost
lose
round.
that?
Ready up for the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. All Saber, detonate the target to win. Bomb secure.
Come on,
We took a loss
man.
there. Let's not repeat it.
Don't have a snapper. Yeah, I have aim assist on.
Search and destroy. All Saber, plant a charge on the target and level it. Enemy UAV overhead. We've secured the bomb.
You're such a bitch, bro. Like, look at you. Shot me in the hip.
Setting device on Alpha. Stand by.
And we just lost.
All Saber, device is set. Stand by to detonate.
Just fucking defuse it, man.
Our device was disarmed. Mission failed. Return to base.
Yo, Dave, you leveling up or what?
And I'm fucking playing against campers, Casey's. Fucking guy named Enormous Peter on my team. He's just carrying us. Like you would, you little rat. Fuck you. Eat the fucking green.
I will be right back.
Oh, see people just run and lay down. What? Holy, somebody's hard scoping me.
Why did it change like that? Weird.
Dude, I want to use the AK.
I'll be right back.
Oh, shit. Oh, locked. Leveling cast off 545 to level 13. Where's the cast off? Cast off 762. Oh my god, like you gotta do stupid shit just to get anything unlocked, man.
You okay, bro?
Yeah, I gotta level up to level 23 to even begin the challenge to get a different challenge. Like,
You know what? The thing about these games is like they're making the challenge for leveling up guns harder and fucking harder. It's ridiculous, man.
I'm saying, like, I gotta get it cast off somehow, and then by using that cast off, I can get the other cast off, and
Mm-hmm.
fucking. I just want to use the gun right now. You feel me?
Yeah, fucking Vanguard, it took like
I'll
300
just
games
use this
to level up
same gun.
one fucking gun. Like, holy shit, bro. Like, who wants to do that kind of shit? Honestly, who wants to do that kind of shit? My shit's fucking still 59 out of 96 gigabytes. Shit.
Oh, I never had ghosts that whole time. How do I activate perks?
You can't.
You just randomly said I had ghosts now.
Or maybe it's like specialist where you just get perks while you get kills.
I don't know. Trying to get a hang of it.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a serious question. I need a serious answer, bro.
What? What?
You ever watch Gold Rush?
Gold Rush? Yeah, I
Mhm.
watched it.
You know Tony Beats?
No, I don't know names on the show.
Okay. Got a daughter named Monica Beats.
Monica
She's a
Beats?
Monica Beats, yeah. She's kind of a biggie.
Like,
Kind of
kind
a
of a
biggie.
big one? Was she
Yeah.
nice or
Ah,
what?
I mean, the gold that they bring in makes it nice.
Shut the
You know
fuck
what I'm
up,
saying? I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
baby.
Yo, what up?
Dave's been getting absolutely destroyed since you're not carrying him.
I know. I know.
He says he's
I don't
shooting
know about all
first
that.
and still
Hey,
losing gunfights.
hey, Well, that's not him. That's his fucking piece of shit internet.
Oh no, you just need attachments. That's all.
Yeah,
Us
but we were just
fucking
talking about Monica
big
Beats.
girls.
Oh yeah, she's a big girl. She's a big girl. I mean, I've slayed some dragons in my day.
Have you slayed some elephants and hippos in your day?
Oh fuck yeah, some whales. Call me a whale hunter. Okay.
Well,
Dave's had slayed some creatures in his time.
But I mean, Monica Beats. I mean, she looks like just kind of cute. I probably would, but
you just eat that fucking shitter.
all day, call me the fucking trash bin.
Red, do you have no self-respect right now? Do what you gotta do or what?
I mean, her family's bringing in like $4 to $6 million in 6 months. So you know,
Who's that?
on Gold Rush.
I'm gonna get that flag and I die,
Oh.
Jim.
So I'm like, yeah, if I gotta get down on all fours and bark, I'm woof woof woof.
If she wants a res dog, you're a fucking res dog.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If she wants you to suck those toes, you're sucking those toes.
Oh, I thought
God
he would have
damn.
killed him, that little fucking rat.
Casey, where do you guys move to?
1138 Houston Street. I'll be right back.
Houston. Where the fuck is that?
We need a stem.
You said 1338 Houston?
Something.
Oh, that's back deep into the fucking Hindu Hills,
Oh,
isn't it? Shit. That's pretty deep back into the Hindu Hills, I think. If I go it that way, I'm gonna get fucking shot or stabbed or something.
You're gonna go to the res, the Coldwater Res, and party with your boy T Collins?
That little shit, I tell you what.
oh,
I'll fucking punch him in his goddamn throat if I see
oh!
that guy again.
What did he do to you?
Got the dub.
Did he steal your woman?
No.
Oh.
He came into the store and fucking stood me with a gun, fucking said, put money in the bag.
From the res, Trevor?
Most we ever got.
Trevor Collins from the res?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I'm in that little shithead fucking Sundance.
you talk about white Trevor Collins or the native?
The native.
Since when is there a white Trevor Collins?
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah.
Well,
I've
there's,
had no problem.
That's a thing?
Hey, like, bro, I went to school with the white Trevor Collins. Had no fucking problems with the kid whatsoever. But fucking native Trevor Collins, been a fucking thorn in my side the whole fucking time.
yeah, I'm confused. Are you talking about Dave's cousin?
I'm talking about Trevor's little brother.
Which one, the brown or the white one?
The brown one. Shit.
You mean Tyler Collins?
Yeah, I'm talking
I
about.
Yeah.
thought he was in prison.
I'm talking about Trevor. You can go party with Trevor.
Oh, Trevor. Oh shit.
Hmm.
I was thinking about fucking Tyler. That little shithead. No, Trevor. I got nothing.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Trevor,
you can
me
go
and
party
Trevor.
with him and Dave.
Yeah, me and Trevor are bros, man. Fuck, I got nothing against Trevor. His little brother. Fuck that guy.
Pretty sure he's a pain in everybody's side. I didn't even
Oh
know he
fuck,
was
man.
out.
Dave's like, he's
Bro,
free.
bro, he came to, with the store that I work at, he came to the store with a fucking gun.
Oh my god.
Fucking said, put the money in the bag. Yep, no joke.
Sounds about right though. Shit.
They
Last time I
even,
seen him, he was a jailbird.
they even used my fucking real name when they came in. Hey, Red, put the money in the bag. You guys fucking robbing the place? They said, yup. You motherfuckers, man. That's what I said. You
Shit, he said, "Where's
motherfuckers.
my cut?"
Mm. I mean, they only made off with like $300, so fuck those guys. But at the same fucking time, man. Oh man, they had me at gunpoint. That's just stupid as hell, man. Fucking hell is stupid. I even told Trevor, I said, hey, got nothing against you, Trev, but if I ever fucking see Tyler in the streets, and Trevor's like, yeah, that's between you guys. I said, yeah, fucking A it is. I'm gonna fucking kick the shit out of him. Yeah, man, Sundance. Tyler, I could get away with, but if I beat the shit out of Sundance, I might have fucking Cloud in jail on my ass. That's another story.
You see how many bullets I just put in that guy? He didn't die.
Can you fucking kill that guy?
I'll be right back. No, he's not talking about your dumbass, Trevor.
This guy talking about me? Yeah. Casey talking about you for sure. Hey, yo.
What's up, dude?
Just checking to see if you guys could hear me. Yo, Casey.
What's up, dog?
I need a valid, like, a good Sasquatch video, like, where there's fucking proof. I don't know, dog. I don't know. Send me your best fucking video of maybe, like, where they had proof of like,
I don't know. Yeah, give me a second. I gotta look up some settings, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I'm just going through my game settings. While being a fat bitch and feasting.
Just having a good feast.
Toasting eggs, man.
My game's at 63%. Holy shit. About to drop my console off at Casey's place and just say fuck it. Oh, also Casey,
What's up?
shoot me your email where I can send you a transfer.
Nope, you're good.
Bro, don't be like that. Don't be like that.
Fine.
On the first, I'll send you some cash.
Holy sir, I haven't seen you in a minute.
Casey,
Yes.
on the first, I'll send you some cash on the first. Just send me your email.
I'm doing that right now. I have to go Walmart soon.
I'm just watching Gold Rush right now while I wait for the game to install.
Mmm. I mute my mic because this ain't no ASMR fucking eating stream.
Trying to hear you fucking chomp it down, bro.
Okay, I'll play a game right now while eating.
Got your email, but I'll send. Hey, probably like half what it cost for the game on the first, yeah.
You don't have to, but if you want to, you can.
No, I won't do it. Like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
you did that for me. I just feel like, you know, that was, to me, it was unexpected. I was not expecting that.
You're a gamer, Red? Like playing games as much as me? Probably more so? Probably play more than me, actually.
Search and destroy. Cold-blooded
Yeah, but
online.
I just was not expecting that from you. I was like, holy shit. So,
I just spawned in and
Yeah.
died on search, bro. I hit A, I spawn in, and I get shot in the back.
We lost that round. Get ready for the next one.
Let's pretend I don't care and I eat.
Switching sides.
Yo, is Dave still in here?
Search and destroy.
yeah, he left.
What? Where'd he go?
Trazer 1, set a charge on the target and detonate it.
Oh no.
We have the device.
no.
Man, just get him right.
Just getting rid. Why aren't you playing with Casey and getting it together? What the fuck?
Like literally. Guy's name is No Life Here. Just no scoping.
If I had to wait every time. Alright, Dave. I'll be dead,
All
man.
right.
I'm not even alive right now. I'm fucking dead. Every time that I was like, Dave's gonna pull through. He's gonna, you know, like a good guy.
You're such a pussy, bro. Well, I guess I am too.
I'm dead. I'm fucking dead.
The round is lost. Focus on the next one.
Now we're talking.
Out of the boys, Dave's the only one that I know that can fucking grow full on beard.
Search and destroy.
You know how many guys I got
Old
that?
Strasser, detonate the target to win. Start
There's
your offensive.
also what's his
We have
name?
secured the bomb. Enemy UAV active.
Corey's boyfriend, Clay. That one dude,
Hostile
Clay.
UAV in the area.
He could, bro, for long. Both these motherfuckers. Like,
No, bro, my aim went off.
I can, bro, full.
High alert online.
Fucking hate
We
you,
lost
Dave.
that round. Get ready for the next one.
We're gonna try 6 and 6. Yeah, good enough.
Search and destroy.
Fucking Dave.
Old Strasser, plant a charge on the target and destroy it. Bomb secure.
Oh, you can't be losing like that.
One time I don't go that way, they go that way. That's so annoying.
Oh,
The round is lost. Focus on the next one.
we're dead. Oh yeah, the other one wasn't even charging. We're dead.
Switching sides.
For what? What are you dead with, huh?
Search and destroy.
Oh, I'm looking at please reconnect controller and
Old Strasser, defend the objective. Enemy UAV active. Hostile care package in the area.
just bought these buddies. Fucking straight trash.
That's, bro, like, what are you guys doing? Cluster fucking in there, bro. Look at you. How do I get teammates like this? Not watching nothing, just looking at the same spot, bro?
Huh?
The enemy planted at Alpha.
No, I don't know about these. Oh shit.
You seen him to your right, come on. Oh no.
We have defused the bomb. You've
God,
that
bro.
round. Get ready for the next one.
Getting fucking clapped.
Search and destroy.
You know the vibes, Dave?
Strasser 1, set security on the objectives. Hostile counter UAV overhead. Victory secure. Be ready to win again.
That's how it's not done. Because we're getting destroyed right now.
Search and destroy. All Strasser, secure a perimeter area. Friendly UAV on station.
Gotta pay $80 or what? I wonder why people make good money up there, because it costs $90 to get Chinese to the house.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Black Mamba 311.
Mission failed. Return to base.
So fun. These guys just get free range around the map. My team doesn't watch nothing.
Where's the nearest Popeyes?
Should be one in Merritt. And my game crashes. Fucking trash, bro.
I had Five Guys the other day. That shit was so fire. Five Guys, I had it the other day. It was so good. They got a new grilled cheeseburger, dude. It's fucking crazy good. Didn't even taste it. Now hungry. Must
You know,
be.
I'd have fun playing this game.
Yo, can you set it to Xbox only?
I do not know.
I've seen a lot of PC fucking mouse and keyboard motherfuckers.
They're just better.
Yeah.
Oh.
You see this motherfuckers like deagling me? I bet you there's a deagle. Oh no. Oh, it was a deagle.
There is a deagle in this game.
This just fucking just clapped my cheeks is what I just happened.
It always happens, Dave. That's nothing new.
He sniped me and finished me off with a deagle. That's how deadly he was.
Five Guys is good.
Fuck yeah, Five Guys is good.
Dave, is your fat ass thinking about food right now?
Yeah. Why, I want to go get something to eat?
Fuck no. I just ate, Dave. Now you want to eat, you fuckers?
Well, I was just told it's gonna cost me $110 to order Chinese to the res.
Well, order it and go pick it up.
Fuck.
Or pay Kyle to bring it to you.
Why is that guy looking this way?
Pay me in fucking some fried rice.
Yeah, see? Fucking get him a
I
fried
need
rice.
something. Something to make me feel special.
Drink a beer.
Drink a beer. Just start this
Holy.
fucking week over again? Fuck.
That's what everyone else is doing.
You
Right?
just go on and no serenity.
Dave's in merit and he's trying to act surprised that everyone's having the merit bender, no surrender on fucking on Sunday.
Buddy, as soon as I stepped foot into merit, my messenger, everything was blowing up.
Let's get
Yo,
shitter.
heard you was in town. You wanna chip in for a fucking 40?
Holy.
And then
King Jackie was the first one, or what?
No, I haven't seen him yet. He
Working
doesn't know, I
still.
don't think.
He's still working, that's why.
Mm-mm.
You give it a minute. When I go back, he'll be off. He'll be like, "Hey, yo, Dave, it's my birthday."
At least his fridge is always full. Fuck.
A little too full
Can't
sometimes.
leave my cooler unattended up here.
fucking you'll be fucking gone or what?
Fuck. Just a pull tab in the bottom line. Evidence there was a drink.
Like, oh, Dave won't mind. He bought this for everyone.
Yeah, right?
The whole
So
res will
not
be
looking,
dipping
man,
into
he
your
doesn't need
stash
this
or
bottle.
what?
Leave
Is
me with a
your-
fucking Pepsi.
Is your fucking bro up there right now, or was he at home?
Dave said he was trying to deliver
Who,
him
Brandon?
breakfast.
I don't know. I tried to invite him for breakfast, but he never answered me.
Oh, he's probably still sleeping then. He was up till like 4 a.m. last night.
Touching Pete?
Ugh.
He was watching this Chicago Fire. I was still grinding at 3:30 a.m. last night. Is when I finally went to bed.
What, to touch my Pete right now? I mean, wait, what?
Whoa.
Hey, wait, what?
No touching Pete's on mics.
Hey, we'll be trying to focus up, and all he hears is clapping.
All his ears.
David, invite
Who's
this.
that? Wait, hey, who's that in the background? What the heck are they doing?
Dave will be
So
trying
Dave-
to.
Oh. Yeah, I'm coming.
Case will be trying to fucking party out.
Kyle's out there making another baby or what?
Oh, I'm good with one.
What you mean,
For
Kyle?
now, at
No,
least. Like a
we were just-
Case's turn.
Fuck that. I'm not. Mm-mm.
It's fucking dropping loads everywhere you
We were
go.
talking about this.
Dave, that's
earlier
you,
before, but,
you piece of shit.
you know, I went.
Not me, man. I'm in and out fast. And I never even seen me drop a load.
In and out fast.
Yeah. Two pump chump.
Every time you walk in there,
Two pump jump.
you just say your
Oh my
name
God.
is Brandon Andrew or what?
Yeah.
Just say my name.
Jordan Andrew.
I'll just say my
They used to
name is.
call me Tom Tom.
I'll
Hey,
just.
bro. After I lost my license,
Virginity? Oh, sorry.
I had to go back in to get my I had to go back in to get my birth certificate and all that shit and whatever, right?
Yeah.
And the lady who was there, she's a little bit older. She's like in her like
Mhm.
60s.
Holy
she said-
fuck!
I'm just hey, don't get the wrong idea. Don't get the
Is that yours?
wrong idea.
She looking look good there, huh?
Never seen that one before.
Hey.
Yeah,
Is
she's
that one?
kind of cute. She's kind of cute, but
What the fuck? Bro, that's someone's grandma, you sick fuck.
Better not be no putbacks in there.
hey, it wasn't like that. You guys.
Hey,
are-
that's
you're
probably
blowing it
a-
out of proportion. You're
Shouldn't put
blowing
that
it
in
you
out
were
of
blowing-
proportion. Okay,
You
okay,
were wanting
okay.
her to blow some.
Yeah, fuck. Yo, Dave,
Oh, shit.
What?
you hear
Okay.
Red hitting on this 60-year-old lady?
That shit does
mean-
not surprise me.
Jesus Christ. Okay. That's not what I'm
Rex is
getting about.
Red's pulling
That's
grandma's
not what I'm
phone.
talking about here. Okay.
60-year-old ladies.
Settle, settle down, settle down, settle down. Yeah. Alright. I had to go in to get my my share.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Oh my god. Okay. Here's the thing. No, I had my
Oh,
mom
he
with
saw
me because you need one of your parents to get your ID again or whatever, right? So I had my mom with me, and that lady that was there, she's like, "Oh, she knew, like she went to school with like my mom's, and she was like, "Oh, you know this person?" And my mom was
right.
like, "Yeah, that's my sister."
Oh.
So like that's how old they were. They're like, "Oh, that lady that was issuing me my ID, she was talking to my
Oh
mom.
my
She's
god, I'm
like
trash.
talking to like my mom about like how they went to school together and shit."
No way.
Holy, and you were like, you know what? I would pull you right now.
Yeah. I'm about to become a dad.
Just
That must be a
overnight.
shotgun or something. I don't think that's a
Overnight.
marksman.
Overnight it was Grandpa Bibby, great Grandpa Bibby.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Yo, Dave.
I'm about to get up in that. Yeah.
Oh.
Yo, Dave.
Wait, what am I doing
What?
to you right now?
Fucking answer your DMs, you piece of shit. There's people wanting to chip in there now.
I'm avoiding those people.
Chip ins all around, they said. What I mean is all on Dave. 40-pounder all on Dave, no chip ins.
All I know is I'm almost top of my team. Fuck kills already. I've been in the game for 2 minutes.
Help Dave out.
Yo,
Buddy,
hold up. Casey, you did give the
like, this guy Levy's, is he using a marksman or a shotgun? Because he's fucking.
There's you know how the model,
I wouldn't go that old.
those dual models are? Bro, I was farming. These guys are lucky I wasn't in here the whole game. That shit would have been
It
fucking
says,
nuke city.
yeah, nothing bum and no dad hit mom. What the hell?
Oh my
That was a
What
god.
was
nuke.
that one we just played against Johnny? Fucking Enormous Peter. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that. Fucking got
Casey,
killed by Enormous Peter.
where'd you guys move to, Casey? I need that address again.
Bro, I told you.
Oh, you sent it?
New
Oh,
Delphi's.
the cold beer and wine. I'll send it to you again. Now.
Alright.
Oh, almost the wrong person. Give it to Dave.
Wow.
Don, I'm gonna need you to go get us some chicken. Need you to go get us some chicken.
From who?
I need to level up, John. I was drunk too long now. All the brothers took over. Now I'm trash.
Dave, you're drunk for how long? Fucking 5 days?
As soon as I got here, I was drunk and I didn't even know it.
Well,
You landed and fucking they just shoved it down your throat?
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
People just kept finding me.
Well, Dave, you're not that hard to find, you know.
I know. Made myself scarce yesterday, though.
What the fuck is this? Down in Hindu Hills or what?
Heard like 37 people come over. Hey, where's Dave? And I was just fucking hiding in the back room there.
Houston.
Were you just hiding with like your life depended on it?
Yeah, my liver said no more, man.
Valley truck, poster.
Not here carrying Dave. Fuck, Dave not even in the game? The fuck, you RQ already or what?
Oh, I'm in the lobby with you.
Oh, I'm in the game right now. Do you mean you're in
Yeah,
the lobby?
I'm loading in.
Dave,
Holy fuck, he got some hella resi connection. Holy fuck.
You telling me? Like I don't know it.
I already got fucking couple kills here. You're not even in the game yet, cuz?
Yeah.
I see save on foods down here.
I got one on the board. Oh, we got gunned right there though. What he got? 5.56 Icarus.
Alright, loading this stupid dumbass game up again.
Hear my music then? Or...
Shit. Down, you're down by Bob's Mini Mart, CMS.
Oh, this is.
No. I'm like at the.
That's what it looks like on the
wow.
map.
Bro.
Well, I see Bob's Mini Mart there, and I see CMS, but I see you down in the past like the trailer park there, or what?
No, I'm like right before the trailer park.
No way, buddy.
Wait, what?
I was like shooting above me and I had no idea where he was.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Way down in Hindu Hills here, this guy. Holy shit.
Now I got to go to a live scene.
Yeah. I don't know if I can make it out there.
Come.
Those fucking Hindus kill me.
Oh my god. How I lost that, I'll never find that out.
I'm just gonna let this I'm gonna let it
Oh,
up
we're playing
upload
hard
while I go to work.
Alright, dog. That's fine.
Nobody's even playing HP. Made them all rage quit? Oh, fucking bagging it too hard. Bunch of fucking bots.
Oh.
Search and destroy.
Shit, I don't want to play against me either. Shit,
Bomb
if I'm being
secure.
honest.
We're planting at Alpha. Device in place.
What you doing,
Countdown
Dave? You
started.
just straight chilling in that building with the Claymore or what?
No, I'm looking for people.
Casey, drop a nuke right now.
Should start playing.
I don't know
nukes,
the
actually.
maps or nothing yet, dude. I'm having a hard time out here, you understand?
Dave, you can't find out the map if you're just chilling in the building.
I just got there, you just happened to turn the corner.
I'm watching Casey, he's hard as fuck.
Oh shit, bro. I didn't even hear him.
No shot. How did he know I was right there?
This round is ours. Prepare for the next one. Search and destroy. All Jaeger, plant a charge on the target and destroy it. We've secured the bomb.
What the heck is Honeybee?
Oh shit. Oh my god.
We're planting at Bravo.
Shotgun's a thing or what?
All Jaeger, device is set.
But why
Stand
not?
by to detonate.
Not all those
Hey,
things you're looking at are shotties though.
You don't have to fucking lie, man. Like if you're bad, Dave, just say it. God damn.
I'm just better.
On to the next.
Dave, just say it, bro.
As I shoot sandbags after I
Search
kill
and
him.
destroy.
Fucking dog shit, bro.
All Jaeger, detonate the target to win.
Oh,
Calm
that, Kyle? Was that a
We have the
shotgun?
device.
I feel bad for Dave.
The one I just died to?
No fucking way, bro.
This round is ours.
My team's too
Prepare
good.
for the next one.
Oh, the fact you cannot reload cancel is the fucking worst part of this game. Look how much stuck reloading.
It does suck.
Cause I could absolutely fucking beam somebody and I lose it because I just keep
Search and
reloading.
destroy.
Good times, hey?
Dolphin dive is the new move right now.
All Jaeger, defend the objectives.
Oh! Fucking destroyed my counter just like that. Yeah.
UAV standing by.
Bro, I hear him.
1 minute remaining.
This kid's literally killing me because I keep fucking having to reload.
The enemy planted at Alpha. UAV ready.
No, I was gonna shoot! And he
lost that
clutches
round.
that?
Prepare for the next one.
What?
How's up?
Where are we spawning, man? There's no structure to the spawn on this fucking map.
Search and destroy. Jaeger 1, set security on the objective. Friendly UAV on station.
Like, you cannot rely on teammates at all in this game.
Nope.
Our UAV is orbiting the area. High alert, online.
Oh, are you seeing that feed, bro? Oh.
Oh,
minute.
you feel getting a feed with that P-Ninny? Oh, that's a statement shot?
No.
Ground secure, on to the next.
Oh my god, I had last stand. I forgot that was a thing in this game.
Search and destroy. All Jaeger, secure a perimeter around the objectives.
Copy. Counter UAV deployed. Running interference. Copy that. UAV online and orbiting the AO.
Oh my god. Blind as a bat. Motherfucker hiding in corners.
Switch inside.
Babe, can you not
Search
be a
and
fucking
destroy.
piece of shit right now?
Tiger 1, set a charge on the target and detonate it. Enemy UAV overhead. Bomb secure. Setting device alpha.
My ride
Stand
just pulled
by.
up outside. I gotta fucking go.
Bomb planted. Set the perimeter.
Oh yeah.
Friendly UAV online.
My thing's at 52 out of 96 gigabytes. It should be done by the time I come on. So, either if Casey, you're not on tonight,
What the?
or
Friendly UAV
You
on
can go
station.
down in this game?
Our
What
counter
the hell?
UAV is active.
shut the fuck up. I'm trying to talk. Asshole. Wow.
No, he destroyed me.
I thought you guys would.
Yes, sir.
So,
Have a good day, brother.
The mission is complete.
Huh?
Well done.
So I'll be back in, I don't know, half hour maybe? But I will... I didn't even know I did a challenge. Nice. I'll keep my stream on though.
where are you going to?
You gonna stream nothing or what? He's bringing you your tiny.
I'm not bringing you shit, Dave, you piece of shit. Going to
I love
Walmart
some Chinese.
to get water.
Get water?
Yes, sir. No, I'm gonna play Mr. Ball and Call. That's what I normally do.
Play extra ball. Oh, when you're dip
Yeah, so they have something to listen to if they want to listen. Pretty fucking creepy.
Nuke's top 5.
Yeah, I'll be right there. I could play that too. But then, what's the point of that? Then I'm not watching it though.
Only get Starbucks. That's what you doing. Don't tap.
I'm gonna get Starbucks, probably.
Dave, you in this game yet or not?
No, just waiting to get in.
I got mine.
Oh, this one just started. Nice. Okay, I'll be back stream.
I didn't even know we had those. Okay.
By 1993, Ludmila Korovina, who was a 41-year-old
Is this an
Russian
AR
hiking
map?
instructor, came under
No.
fairly
Well,
intense
it depends where
criticism
you
from
play.
her colleagues
Middle
for
map,
being
no.
too
Outskirts.
survivalist with her
Yeah.
students. They thought she was a little bit too aggressive with how she pushed her students, putting them in unnecessarily risky situations out in the wild where they weren't really ready for it, and at any point she might push them too far and wind up getting someone killed. Her students,
Yeah, they would.
however, absolutely adored her. They said on the mountains she was fearless and in tune with nature, and they felt very
Oh, they would
safe
just find a
around
bunch of
her.
bots, or is
And
our
then
team
at
just
camp,
nasty?
she was very motherly and tender, and always took the time to make sure all of her students were taken care of well before she was.
Oh.
Former students
no
have
audio?
said the
No
mentorship
audio?
they received
What is
from
that?
Ludmila went well beyond just
that
hiking
don't-
instruction. They said she taught
Where
a
I'm watching
mindset
it.
that they
Go
carried
get
with
that,
them into
save that
adulthood,
OBJ,
and they
what the
pointed to as
fuck?
one of the main reasons they were successful later in life.
Aim up.
In the summer of 1993, Ludmila was scheduled to lead an expedition up to the Hamar Daban Ridge, which is in
Oh,
eastern
right on.
Siberia
Right
and
on.
it's
I
one
didn't
of
even
the
know we were
oldest mountains
playing
on the
this.
planet.
What the hell is
With
this?
her on this
Headquarters?
expedition would be 6 fairly
Coming
experienced
up the
hiking
ladder.
students that ranged in ages from 15 to 24 years old.
Yeah,
One of
Jimmy.
those 6 students
got,
was a 23-year-old young man named
hard
Sasha, who, although he was not
Headquarters.
Ludmila's biological son, she
Dom, I
called
think, is
him
selected.
her son because she had raised him ever since he was a young child,
Ooh,
and he
what the
looked at
hell's that guy
Ludmila
using?
as his mother. Sasha also happened to be the most physically fit and
Two-shot.
competent of all 6 hiking students, and he would
Well, just the
function more
the
like an
time to kill
assistant
is
to
just
Ludmila
so
on this particular hike
fast, it
rather
doesn't really
than
matter
a
what you
pupil.
use.
The other 5 students were 24-year-old Tatiana, 19-year-old Dennis, 16-year-old Victoria, 15-year-old
back to the
Timur,
Keen Indian,
and
that's
17-year-old
what I know,
Valentina,
man.
who she is the only reason we know anything about the horrible things that happened to this group up on Hamar Daban Ridge. On August 1st, 1993, Ludmila and her hiking group boarded a Trans-Siberian railway car in Kazakhstan, and later that day they arrived in a town called Marino, which is on the eastern side of Siberia on the southern end, and it butts up against the base of the Hamar Daban mountain range. The Hamar Daban mountain was not considered a very dangerous hike to make. It was relatively small. It was just under 2,400 meters in elevation, and in the summertime, you'd have scores of recreational hikers all over this mountain range. Plus, the weather forecast for Ludmila and her group's multi-day hike in that mountain range was going to be incredibly favorable. It was going to be warm, clear, nice summer weather. Ludmila had charted a course that began just outside of the town of Marino, which is the town they were staying in that first night. They were going to start next to Lake Baikal, which is the deepest lake in Russia. From the lake, they were going to move north and inland over this stretch that was totally barren. There was no trees, it was just rocks and grass, before ultimately reaching the Hamar Daban Ridge, which was their destination.
I got a
And
fucking
at that
recon
point, there
drone
would
as
be
a
shelter
special thing. I
and
don't know how to
firewood,
change
and they could take a break
that
before
shit.
ultimately descending. And so in total, from the lake all the way to Hamar Daban Ridge was approximately 50 miles. Ludmila's group would not be the only group making this particular movement towards Hamar Daban Ridge. They'd be taking their own path, but there'd be 2 other groups that were on similar courses, basically parallel to them, making their way up to the ridge. And one of those groups was actually led by Ludmila's 16-year-old biological daughter, and they had actually made plans to meet up on one of the last days of this multi-day hike. As they were making their descent, there was a forest they were going to meet up in. So Ludmila and her 6 students stayed the night in Marino, and the next morning they got up early and made their way over to Lake Baikal. The weather's beautiful, they're excited to start their journey, and they take off. And everything was going great until the late afternoon. It would turn out the weather forecasters were just completely wrong, and as soon as the group climbed above the tree line, the temperatures plummeted and it started raining and snowing on them. It was just absolutely miserable. This treacherous weather would persist over the next few days, and it really started to destroy the morale in the group. But Ludmila, she was a pro, and she had hiked in far worse conditions than this, and so she made a point of telling the group that this stuff happens. Bad weather happens. We are prepared. We are trained. We're going to be fine. You need to have a positive attitude about this. We need to just keep pushing forward and not play victim here. And that was enough to inspire the group to just keep on going. You know, they believed in Ludmila, and she's telling them to keep going, so they kept going. By the evening of August 4th, so this is 3 full days of hiking later, they were only about 30 minutes away from the summit. They have now reached the point where they are in the open section of the mountain where there is no reprieve from the wind or the rain or the snow. There's no trees to block anything. And so it's just an absolute abomination trying to climb this last stretch. Every step is like an eternity as the wind just cuts through their clothes and they're soaking wet and miserable.
Didn't even bother.
Ludmila's students were not about to ask for a break. They knew how she operated. She was someone that really believed in pushing through your own pain and fatigue and misery, and she always led by example, and they saw her, right out in front leading the charge up towards the Hamar Daban Ridge, and so they were very surprised when she stopped. And she turned around and told them, we're taking a break. And in fact, we're actually going to camp out for the night right where we are.
3 guys pushing you right
No one knows why Ludmila made this decision. On the one hand, it does make sense to take a break and say, you know what, we'll reach the summit tomorrow. We've had a really hard couple of days here with the bad weather. We'll make camp and we'll get some rest and we'll hit the summit tomorrow. That makes sense. But where she elected to make camp does not make sense. She had them stop right smack dab in the middle of this totally open section of the mountain where there are no trees, there's no objects to protect them from the horrible wind and snow and ice and rain that's just going to be pelting them all night. And so some people have speculated that when she looked at her crew of hikers, they were so badly beaten down and tired and miserable that she knew she could not ask them to go any further. And so that was why she said, let's just make camp here, we'll make do. Others have said her map may not have been very accurate, and so she didn't know how close she was to the summit. where at the summit there was literally a shelter that had firewood and a place for you to rest. Maybe she didn't know she was so close. Perhaps she thought she was much farther away, and this is the best we
Why
can
are
do.
you looking
But what the inaccurate
behind you?
map theory does not account for is Ludmila would have known there is a forest about 2.5 miles down the mountain, because the whole time they've been on this hike, they've tried to stay up above the tree line as they make this final approach up to the ridge, and so she would have known there's a forest right down there. And if I wanted to, I could go down there and seek shelter in the trees. And so for whatever reason, she decided that we can't go down to the forest, we got to stay here. And so perhaps that lends more credibility to the idea that the group was far more beaten down than maybe we even realize, and she thought they can't make the 2.5 mile journey. We're going to have to just make camp here and make do. But regardless of her reasoning, they did make camp right in the middle of this open section.
everybody
They set up
knifing,
2
man?
wet, crappy tents, and they used their little kerosene stoves to make a tiny meal, and then they all crammed inside of these 2 tents and huddled as the wind howled outside. That night, the storm got much worse. The wind picked up, and again, they're totally exposed on this open section of the mountain, and so they're just getting destroyed by this wind. And at about 2 a.m., the wind actually broke the ropes that were holding the tents down, and they had to go outside and retie them, and they were able to do that. And then a couple hours later, at about 4 a.m., the wind actually lifted up the section of the tent that was facing where the wind was blowing, and it pulled the tent up in such a way that water rushed into the tent and soaked their sleeping bags. And they were able to go outside, and they put the stakes back down on the ground, but they were sleeping in wet sleeping bags in the middle of this mountain in the middle of a storm. So this is getting quite dangerous at this point. But they were able to eventually fall asleep, and at about 10 a.m. the next morning, Ludmila gets up and looks outside, and she can see that everything is frozen, that it's snowed and the temperatures have dropped again, and everything is just snow and ice. And she knows that, we're actually reaching very dangerous hypothermia territory, and if we don't warm up soon, this could be life-threatening. And so she woke everybody up and she said, we need to go down into that forest and we need to start a fire as soon as possible. And so everybody said, all right, they got up, they started packing up their things, rolled up their tents, and they began walking down the mountain in a line. Although this was not intended, when Ludmila had said we will reach the summit tomorrow, that had delayed their schedule, and it meant they were not going to be able to meet up with her daughter the next day. But now in the morning, when they're deciding basically to abandon the summit and turn around and head down again, they were now back on schedule to meet up with her daughter down in the forest. However, her daughter said she was at the rendezvous point in the forest, and Ludmila and the 6 other hikers never showed. 4 days later, on August 9th, a group of Ukrainian kayakers were making their way down this river in southern Siberia, and they were passing by the Hamar Divan mountain range. And so as they're kind of slowly moving their way down, it's this beautiful morning, and they're looking up at the mountains all around them. The leader of this group happens to see something move on his left side. There's a forest right up against the left side of this river, and he turns his head, and he has to do a double take because there is this girl who's standing there at the edge of the forest looking out at them totally expressionless, and she's covered in blood. And she's not doing anything, she's just standing there. And at first, he actually thought, we need to leave. His first thought was, we need to just get away from this person. There's something wrong with this person.
There's people
but very quickly, the group realized, we cannot abandon this girl. This is a young girl who should not be out here.
The guy's spawning and the guy's running.
And so they turned around and they went on shore and they yelled to her. They said, are you okay? And she just stood there not reacting, and they tried a couple more times to say, hey, we're not going to hurt you, we just want to know what's going on. And she didn't say a word. She just stood there in shock. She looked very scared. They finally got up right next to her, and they asked her, what are you so scared of? Where are you coming from? And they just could not get her to speak. But they're up close looking at her, and she's got blood all over her. She looks dirty. She looks like she might be sick. And so they decide that this girl needs help, and they had blankets, and so they threw blankets over her. They put her in one of the kayaks, and they brought her back to town. Once in town, the Ukrainian kayakers went and got authorities and said, hey, we found this girl. She was covered in blood, walking out of the forest. We have no idea what's going on with her. And so authorities came over to speak to her, and although she barely spoke, she would finally say that she was 17 years old, her name was Valentina Yotachenko, and that she had been a part of a 7-person hiking group up along the Hamar Divan Ridge. And then she paused.
Which corner is it?
Well, where's your hiking group? How did you get separated? This is what she told them. Today, I want to tell you about my favorite shipping platform, ShipStation. With the holiday season fast approaching, businesses are about to get swamped with orders, which is great, but only if they're properly prepared to handle the volume. I know we are because we use ShipStation. ShipStation automates our time-intensive shipping processes so we can just focus on what we do best. telling awesome, strange, dark, and mysterious stories. But ShipStation is more than just automation. It sets your company up for growth by directly integrating with every shopping cart and storefront, meaning your products are easier to find, easier to manage, and easier to get into the hands of your happy customers. So don't wait until you're drowning in orders this holiday season to find the right shipping solution. Upgrade to ShipStation today. Ship more and grow more with ShipStation. Go to ShipStation.com today and sign up with promo code MrBallin for a free 60-day trial. Start today and get set up before the biggest shipping season of the year. That's 2 months free. Visit ShipStation.com, click the microphone at the top, and type in the code MrBallin. Today's podcast is sponsored by BetterHelp. I never really struggled with my mental health until 2017. That was the year I left the military, and I found transitioning to the civilian world was really difficult. When you're in the military,
No
it's
way
like you
this
live on
thing
a
is
different
shooting
planet.
me, man.
You literally work on a military base with barbed wire fences keeping everybody else out. All you
What is
do
it,
all
AC
day is
130 or
interact with other military people and do military things. And so getting out and becoming a civilian where all of that is gone is a huge culture shock.
It's got
And I
domed in
didn't
the back
handle
of
it
my
well.
head,
I
though.
got really mad and I was miserable. But I eventually did seek out help.
Probably
I went
still
and
up
got a
there, too.
therapist, and they got me back on track. Therapists really are just there to give you perspective so that you can understand and then solve your own issues. Basically, therapy makes you a better problem solver. And so that's why I actually still see a therapist now, even though I feel very well adjusted. So if you're feeling down and could use someone to talk to, consider giving BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp is a highly reviewed online therapy platform, which makes it super convenient, accessible, and affordable. BetterHelp can get you quickly matched with a therapist after filling out a brief survey, and if the first match doesn't work out, it's completely free to switch therapists at any time. When you want to be a better problem solver, therapy can get you there. Visit betterhelp.com/MrBallinPod today to get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/MrBallinPod. Back on the morning of August 5th, so this would have been the morning after that terrible night's sleep on the mountain where the tent ropes are
No way,
breaking
I'm
and the
dying
sleeping
for
bags
this
are getting
fucking
soaking wet.
starship.
Well, Valentina wakes up and she looks outside of the tent and she sees Ludmila and she's standing there with her hands on her hips and she's looking around. She looks very concerned. Valentina goes out there and Ludmila turns to her and says, "We need to leave. We need to go down to the forest and we need to make a fire. Can you help me wake everybody up and start having them pack up their stuff so we can get moving?" So Valentina goes in, she starts waking people up, and everybody very quickly packs up the tent, packs up their things, and they're in a line and they start walking down the mountain. They had only made it about 10 meters into their descent when Sasha, the 23-year-old young man that Ludmila considered her son, he just suddenly falls. And the other hikers, Valentina included, run over and they help get him up again, and he looks kind of shaken. He takes a couple more steps and he falls again. And this time, when Valentina goes over to try to help him up with the others, they see his eyes are wide and he looks like he's really terrified, and then blood starts rushing out of his nose and his ears and his mouth, and then he just suddenly dies. And Ludmila runs over and she grabs him and she's panicking and she's trying to feel for a pulse and she's checking for his heart, and then she screams out in pain and anguish and she yells, "He's dead." The other hikers can't believe this is happening. They can't even process that someone, any of them, had died, let alone it be Sasha, the most physically fit and healthy one of all of them, including up until a few minutes ago. He wasn't showing any signs or symptoms that something was wrong. He was perfectly fine. What's going on? Ludmila was in shock. She's on the ground and she's holding on to Sasha and she's telling the group that she's not going anywhere. She's staying with Sasha. And Valentina would say the group is just falling apart at this point. You have some of them that are crying, others who are just standing there looking around like, what's happening to us right now? And at some point, Ludmila collects herself and she says to the group, "Go down to the forest. Go down to the forest and start a fire." And Valentina said they didn't want to leave her and they were pleading with her to let them stay. And she said, "No, go down to the forest and start a fire." And finally, Valentina said the group would. They'd get together and they'd turn around, and not really knowing what was going to happen next, they just begin walking down this mountain. And they only get a few steps before they hear Ludmila yell out to come back. She's saying, "I can't move." And they turn around, and Valentina was towards the front of the returning group as they're going back up the mountain back to Ludmila. and she's now bleeding out of her nose and her ears and her mouth. She's heaving like something's going on inside of her, and then all of a sudden she keels over on top of Sasha, and she dies right in front of them. And now the group is in hysterics, and Valentina's in the front, and she can't see anybody else. And then she turns around, and she can't believe what she's seeing to her side. Now everybody else is bleeding from their nose and their ears and their mouth, and some of them are frothing from the mouth. Valentina reached for her mouth and her ears and her nose to look for blood, and there wasn't any. And then she turned and she saw 16-year-old Victoria and 24-year-old Tatiana suddenly fall to the ground, just like Sasha had, except they weren't just laying there. They began rolling around and ripping their clothes off and clutching at their throats, and they're frothing at the mouth. And so Valentina reaches down to try to help Victoria, the 16-year-old, and Victoria bites her on the hand, and she pulls her hand back. And then Victoria curls into a ball and then goes still. And then Tatiana begins hitting her head on a rock over and over and over again until she goes still. At this point, Valentina is in pure survival mode, and so she looks at the other two, which was 15-year-old Timur and 19-year-old Dennis. Everybody else is down on the ground at this point. And she sees Dennis is moving behind a rock, and he looks like he's not acting as erratic as everybody else. And so she starts making her way over to Dennis to see if he's going to be okay. And on the way, she sees 15-year-old Timur fall to the ground, and he's suddenly lying there still. And so she believes he's dead too. She gets over to Dennis, and he's bleeding profusely from all of his orifices in his head, but he's talking to her, and he's saying, okay, you need to go back to your bag, get out whatever you can that is essential, ditch the rest, and run down to the forest, and I'll meet you down there. And so Valentina says, okay. She makes her way up to her bag. She gets her sleeping bag and a couple other small items. And when she turns around to go back to Dennis, she sees that he's now slouched over his backpack, and now the blood is just pouring out of his head. And she can tell that almost certainly he's dead as well. And so not only is she all alone, she's now totally traumatized and believes whatever has happened to them is going to happen to her. And so she runs down the mountain and she goes into the forest and she gets underneath this rock overhang. She puts her sleeping bag down, she crawls inside, and she drifts in and out of consciousness for the rest of the day. And then that night, she's still laying there, and the storm picked up dramatically, and she could hear all night these huge trees all over the mountain falling and slamming all around her. And so she's thinking, if I don't die from whatever killed my friends, I'm going to get hit by one of these trees. But she manages to get through the night. The next morning, the storm had cleared, and so Valentina gets up, and she's thinking to herself, maybe by some miracle, one of them is still alive. And so she climbs back up the mountain to where they were, and she finds all of them still laying exactly where they were when she left them, all motionless, all deceased. And so she decides to go one by one and close each of their eyelids, and then she says her goodbye, and then she turns and kind of wanders back into the forest, where she would stay for the next 4 days, desperately walking around, hoping to be rescued at some point, the whole time just expecting to die, either from exposure, from an animal attack, from whatever killed my friends. Eventually she does hear voices, and she starts making her way towards where they're coming from, and that's when she gets to the river and she sees the Ukrainian kayakers, who ultimately pick her up and bring her back to town. After authorities heard Valentina's story and realized there were other hikers out there, they launched a search party, and it would take them a month to locate them. Their bodies were contorted and their faces were locked in these grimaces that looked like they were in absolute terror and agony right as they died. In addition to missing most of their clothing and their shoes, they were also all missing their eyeballs. The autopsies were only able to conclude that hypothermia contributed to their death, although it wasn't the only factor, as well as a protein deficiency, despite the fact that they had all eaten well over the course of their trip, and that all of their lungs were very bruised, but they didn't know what that was from. But nothing the autopsy concluded could reconcile what Valentina said she saw happen, which was a sudden, violent death of 6 healthy people with no signs and symptoms leading up. Suddenly, they are bleeding out of every orifice, and they're falling to the ground, tearing their clothes off, grabbing at their throats, frothing at the mouth, and then dying. And whatever happened to them, why didn't it happen to Valentina? To this day, we don't really have a good answer why that happened, and the case is closed. It was ruled they mostly died of hypothermia, and it was an accident, and that's that. But this isn't the first time something like this has happened in Russia. In 1959, 9 very experienced Russian hikers set off on a 16-day expedition into the Ural Mountains in the Soviet Union, and about 10 days into their hike, they reached a part where they needed to crest over this mountain before some bad weather rolled in. And they started moving up this mountain, which would be renamed the Dyatlov Pass after the leader of this group. His name is Dyatlov. They started making their way up the Dyatlov Pass, and they were going too slowly, and the weather was coming in too quickly. And so they had to make a critical decision. Stay put, but be in this totally exposed, open mountain face, much like the Hamar Daban situation where they were up on that open mountain face. Either hunker down there and get ruined by weather, and the weather was a lot worse for the Dyatlov Pass group. It was, sub-zero temperatures and just snowing ruthlessly. Or they could go down and give up ground and go down to the forest at the base of this mountain where you'd be sheltered from the storm with some trees. And so these hikers who might be a little bit overconfident in their ability decide to stick it out right on this mountain face. And over the course of that night, at some point, they cut open their tent with a knife from the inside and ran out into sub-zero temperatures, most of them not wearing shoes, not wearing jackets, not wearing pants. They're basically in underwear. And they calmly walked down the mountain all the way down to the forest. And once they got down there, two of them tried to desperately climb this big tree where there wasn't any low-hanging branches. And so they couldn't climb up it. We don't know what they were trying to climb up it for, but they ended up building this little tiny fire that could not have provided very much warmth at all. And they were found deceased lying around this fire. 7 other hikers were found in 2 different areas. One that appeared to go down to that tree where those 2 were, but then doubled back and tried to get up to the campsite, but didn't make it and fell to the ground and died there. The other group was not found for a couple of weeks later. They were found at the mouth of this river. They were inside of this den, and they were wearing the clothes of the other hikers that were deceased. And the clothes they had on had traces of radiation on them. And the ones that were in the den had these devastating chest and skull injuries, and one of them was missing their eyeballs. And the official statement by the Soviet Union was they died from an unknown compelling force, which is a really mysterious way to describe how someone might die. This case was actually reinvestigated in 2020, and the new cause of death is death by avalanche, except loads of people disagree with that. In fact, experts have gone out to where this happened, and they say not only was there no avalanche, there's never been an avalanche in this area. There's literally never been one. So what do you think? Is there a connection between Hamar Daban and the Dyatlov Pass incident? Is there a cover-up in both cases where something far more sinister has happened to both groups that we don't know about? Or are they unrelated and these are just both examples of Mother Nature being far more powerful than we even realize? The next and final story of today's episode is a Mr. Ballin fan favorite. It's called Bell's Canyon. In 2016, a 25-year-old Wall Street banker named Matt was camping near Mount Rainier in Washington state. His job was so hectic that in the rare times he got a chance to, he would disappear into the wilderness for a few days to clear his head. Despite living in one of the biggest cities in the world, Matt was actually a very competent outdoorsman, and so for this trip, he decided he would stay way off any trail deep in the backcountry in random locations. On the first night, he found a nice clearing in the trees, and so he set up his campsite there. He ate some food over his fire, he pitched his tent, climbed inside, and within a few minutes, he was fast asleep. Several hours later, Matt woke up to some strange sounds coming from outside of his tent. It sounded like a couple of animals or maybe one animal moving around right outside. And so after a while of just hearing this constant sound, he rolled over and he barely unzipped his tent flap just to look out and see if he could see whatever animal it was. And what he saw shocked him. There was a man sitting in front of his fire pit. There was no fire in his fire pit. And the guy was just sitting there with his hands on his knees, looking straight down, and periodically he would just kick his feet in the ashes of the fire pit. And Matt didn't even know what to do, so he's just looking at him through this little tiny gap in his tent, and this man all of a sudden looks up directly at Matt and makes eye contact with him, and the guy's eyes go wide, and he stands up, turns around, and runs away from Matt's campsite. Matt has no idea how to react to this, and so he just quickly unzips his tent, jumps outside, and shines his light into the forest looking for this guy. He's thinking to himself, who is this guy? I am in the middle of nowhere in the backcountry of Washington state. How long was he sitting outside there for? What does he want? And so as Matt is trying to make sense of this totally weird thing, he's thinking, okay, I'm going to look out and I'm going to see his flashlight somewhere, or I'm going to see his campsite. maybe he's set up nearby and he's looking around into the total darkness. He's looking through all the trees. Any light source anywhere out there he would see. And there's not one. There's no fire. There's no flashlight. There is nothing. And so eventually Matt goes back inside of his tent. He zips it up and he's just left kind of dumbfounded. He can't understand how some person was just sitting outside of his tent for no apparent reason and then vanished into the forest without even turning on a flashlight. And so after a very restless night, finally the sun came up again and Matt was very relieved. He stepped outside, and after a little bit of time now from this strange incident, Matt started to tell himself that all that was is some guy happened to set up his campsite nearby. It is possible, albeit rare because we're in the backcountry, and maybe he was just intoxicated and he wandered over here and, stranger things have happened, so that's probably all it was. And so Matt felt like there was nothing to worry about. He packed up his campsite and he began hiking into the forest. Matt didn't have a planned route. Instead, he had a map and a compass, and he began just kind of wandering in the forest, kind of exploring wherever he wanted to go. And over the next 2 days, he covered at least 10, maybe 15 miles in kind of random zigzag directions. He found a nice clearing and he set up another campsite. That night, he set up a fire and he was eating some food near his fire. And then as he's sitting there, he hears rustling coming from behind him. And he's pretty sure it's an animal, so he turns around and he doesn't see anything. And he goes back to eating his food. And then a little while later, he hears some more rustling behind him. And this time he can't really just write it off. Clearly there is something behind him that's moving around. And so he stood up, turned around, and remained motionless and just listened, expecting to see maybe a deer come out of the woods. But instead, he hears a man's voice come out of the darkness that says,
"Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?"
And Matt's heart starts racing. He knows that even though he can't see him, it has to be the same guy he saw 2 days ago. Because they are in the middle of nowhere. He hasn't seen any other hikers or campers or anyone, and clearly this guy has the ability to sneak up on him. And so he's thinking, what does this guy want? I just spent the past 2 days hiking in random directions for 15 miles, and he must have followed me. And so Matt, not knowing what else to do, just says, "I don't know where Bell's Canyon is." And then there's silence. And Matt, one part of him is thinking, I hope this guy does not come into the light. I hope he just goes away. The other part of him is thinking, well, maybe this is a different person that is lost and they're looking for this place called Bell's Canyon and they'll come into the light. It'll be a big relief. I'll send them on their merry way and everything will be fine. But as Matt is having this wishful thinking, the voice from the shadows does not come any closer, but instead asks the same question, a bit more forcefully this time.
"Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?"
This time, Matt did not respond. Now he was scared. This is not some friendly hiker looking for directions. There's something wrong. And so Matt, knowing he's all alone out here, he knew he had to do something to try to take control of this situation. And so he took a deep breath, he reached down and grabbed his flashlight, and in one swift motion, he lifted his light up and shined it in the direction of this guy's voice. And what he saw was this guy from 2 days ago looking out from behind a tree right in Matt's direction. He was hiding from him. And when the light hit him, the man barked at Matt to aim it away. And Matt kind of instinctively lowered his light, but now he was too scared to raise it again, and now he knows it's the same guy. This guy has been following me for 2 days. And so for several minutes, Matt just stood there absolutely terrified, and this guy, he just stayed out there. Matt didn't hear him move. It was just a complete standstill. And then the silence was broken yet again by this voice, except somehow he had moved even closer to Matt. And when he came through asking the same question,
"Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?"
his voice was so close to Matt that Matt got scared and raised his light up, and the man was standing just a few feet away from him. And this time, the man's eyes got wide like they did the first time they saw Matt, and he turned around and he ran into the forest again. Matt, not knowing any better, just began running after him, but he only ran for about 30 seconds before he realized the terrain out here is so rough. He's gonna fall, get hurt, he's gonna get lost, and this guy's already long gone. He somehow managed to run immediately so far away, and so Matt just goes back to his campsite, and he's thinking to himself, what do? I have no cell phone service. I'm at least 3 days away from my car, and I'm in the middle of nowhere. No one even knows where I am because I didn't chart a course. I didn't tell anyone where I was going to be. And so Matt just grabbed his knife and stood in the middle of the campsite, and for hours and hours, he just kept looking around, expecting this guy to just show up again or start speaking to him from somewhere out in the darkness. It was absolutely horrifying. Finally, by about 3 in the morning, Matt was so tired that he had to go to sleep. He hadn't heard this guy again, he didn't see him again, and he figured, I need a little bit of sleep because tomorrow he's gonna pack up his campsite and begin this epic journey back to his car. And so he climbed in his tent and he had a very restless next couple of hours. When the sun came up, Matt jumped out of his tent, packed up his stuff, and began practically running in the direction of his car. All day as he was hiking, Matt kept looking over his shoulder, expecting to see this guy, because clearly he had followed him for multiple days, over 15 miles, and so the likelihood that he's still following him was really high. And so all day, Matt just felt like he was being watched, he was totally terrified, and then the sun started to go down, and Matt knew he would have to camp out again. And so he found a clearing in the trees, he set up his campsite, and he was so tired from running basically all day and being so mentally exhausted from this experience that he just got in his tent and fell asleep very quickly. But several hours later, he woke up to the sound of somebody walking around his tent. And he knew it had to be this guy. He's still in the middle of nowhere. He's not even close to the parking lot yet. And so this guy is still following him. And so Matt sat up in his tent, he clutched his knife, and for hours and hours and hours, all night, this guy just walked around his campsite. And then around 4 or 5 in the morning, he scampered off. When the sun finally came up, Matt leapt out of his tent, packed up his stuff, and literally just began running in the direction of his car, hoping that maybe he could get there before needing to camp out one more night. And so all day as he moved, he's looking over his shoulder, knowing this guy is following him. At this point, it's not even a question. He's somewhere in the forest, but he could never see him. And unfortunately, as the sun was setting, he knew he was not going to be able to make it to his car. He was just too far away. And so at some point, when it got too dark to keep moving, he had to find a clearing and set up his tent again. And so once his tent was set up, he just climbed inside, grabbed his knife, and sat there, knowing this guy was somewhere out there. And so Matt climbed inside of his tent, he zipped it up behind him, he grabbed his knife, and he sat there, expecting to hear this guy come walking around. But after several hours, he didn't hear him. And Matt started to wonder, maybe this guy has left me alone, finally. Maybe he's not following me anymore. And so Matt, who was totally exhausted, laid down to go to sleep. And then as he's laying there from somewhere out in the woods,
Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?
Matt immediately sat up. His heart began racing so fast that he actually was concerned he might have a heart attack. And he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to say, so he just sat there holding his knife. And then this guy began running past his campsite, making animal sounds, and he would stop periodically and moan and grunt, and he'd kick up leaves, and then he'd run past his campsite again, over and over and over again, until the sun finally came up and this guy scampered off back into the woods. Matt didn't waste any time. He leapt out of his tent, packed his stuff up, and ran all the way back to his car. When he finally got inside of his car, shut the door, and locked it, he cried tears of joy. He was so unbelievably relieved. And he peeled out of the parking lot, he got to a nearby hotel, he finally got cell phone reception, and he considered calling the police about this guy, but he thought, what am I going to tell them? He didn't commit a crime, he was just terrifying. And so he decided not to call the police. He finally flew back to New York, and he just had to accept that there was some strange guy out in the wilderness of Washington state who was able to hunt him over 3 days and 30 miles in rugged terrain without the use of a flashlight, without any gear. And all he ever said to Matt was,
Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?
Thank you for listening to the Mr. Ballin podcast. If you got something out of this episode and you haven't done this already, please kidnap the 5-star review button and then force them to brush their teeth with a very minty toothpaste. When they're done, make them drink a huge glass of orange juice. Also, please subscribe to the Mr. Ballin podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon, Google, and everywhere else you get your podcasts. This podcast airs every Monday and Thursday morning, but in the meantime, you can always watch one of the hundreds of stories I have posted on my YouTube channel, which is just called Mr. Ballin. If you want to get in touch with me, please follow me on any major social media platform and then send me a direct message. My username on all platforms is just @MrBallin, and I really do read the majority of my DMs. Lastly, we have some really cool merchandise, so head on over to shopmrballin.com to have a look. So that's going to do it. I really appreciate your support. Until next time, see ya. On September 6, 1988, a middle-aged woman named SnD Lord was washing dishes in her little house in Shenandoah, Iowa. As she did this, she heard a knock on her back door. She glanced at her watch and saw she only had a few minutes before she had to get ready for work, and so she hoped whoever was out there was not expecting a long visit. A few hours later, the Shenandoah police would arrive at SnD's house, and they would discover a crime scene so gruesome that they had to call in a special investigative unit just to process it. This story includes graphic descriptions of violence. As such, listener discretion is advised. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right podcast because that's all we do, and we upload twice a week, once on Monday and once on Thursday. So, if that's of interest to you, please offer to water the 5-star review button's favorite flowers while they're gone on vacation, but instead of watering them, give them no water and leave them in the blazing sun. Also, please subscribe to the Mr. Ballin podcast wherever you listen to podcasts so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Last month, I was at the grocery store when I looked at my phone and saw my wife had sent me a text message. And as soon as I read it, my heart started to race. It just said, "Come home immediately. We need to talk." I wrote back, "Honey, what's wrong?" But she didn't respond. And so feeling totally panicked that I had done something wrong or that something horrible had happened, I just abandoned my shopping cart and ran out of the store to my car and sped home. After walking in the front door of my house, I saw my wife standing there in the kitchen with her arms crossed, just glaring at me. And I said, "Babe, what's going on?" And she looks me up and down and just says, "John, taping chewed gum and deer kneecaps to your naked body is not clothing. You need to start wearing real clothing." And so, of course, standing there in my favorite chewed gum and deer kneecap suit, I felt crushed and a little embarrassed. But luckily, I didn't have to feel that way for long, because my wife had already placed an order for me from Stitch Fix. Stitch Fix is the easiest way to get clothes that fit great without having to endlessly scroll through a ton of options to find what you like. All you do is answer a few quick questions: where you buy your clothes, what styles you like, and what your price range is. And then, with your choices in mind and a wide range of sizes available, a Stitch Fix stylist will find your perfect fit and ship those hand-picked clothes straight to your door. Seriously, our family has been a customer of Stitch Fix since 2020, and it's an amazing service. I mean, it'll never be as good as wearing chewed gum or deer kneecaps, but it's okay. Right now, Stitch Fix is offering my listeners $20 off their first fix at stitchfix.com/Mr. Ballin. That's stitchfix.com/Mr. Ballin for $20 off today. stitchfix.com/Mr. Ballin. Okay, let's get into today's story. The state of Iowa is known as the corn capital of the world. But Iowa's 3 million residents do a lot more than produce billions of bushels of corn every year. They also personify some of the best qualities that America has to offer. Located in the Midwestern part of the country and surrounded by 2 rivers and 6 other states, the people of Iowa take pride in being friendly, considerate, law-abiding, hardworking, and just plain nice. The state is one of the safest in the country, and every year, national surveys show that Iowa residents are among the most polite Americans you will ever meet. And if there's one place in Iowa where you are guaranteed to be treated, quote, Iowa nice, it's the little town in the southwest corner of the state called Shenandoah. At one time, Shenandoah was considered the seed and nursery capital of the entire world. They no longer hold that title, but residents of this town are still surrounded by some of the most beautiful flowers and trees on the planet, along with some of the best tasting fruits and vegetables. And back in 1988, if there was one person in Shenandoah who absolutely embodied the town's spirit of friendliness, hospitality, and local pride, it was 39-year-old SnD Lord. If you were a visitor to Shenandoah back in the late 1980s, Cindy would be one of the first people to run right up to you to introduce herself and offer you directions or recommendations of where to go in her little town. And if you were one of Cindy's friends or neighbors, she would drop anything she was doing to help you, and it didn't matter if it was day or night. Unlike many of the town's 5,500 residents whose family had been living in the town for generations, Cindy and her husband Robert and their son John had moved to Shenandoah later in life. Cindy was born on May 22, 1949, in another small Iowa town called Garwin that was located 3.5 hours to the northeast of Shenandoah. There, she and her brother had grown up playing outside and helping their parents with daily chores. After high school, Cindy went to work at a local restaurant, which is where she met her future husband, Robert. He had grown up in another Iowa town about 30 minutes away from her. Robert was a stocky young man with horn-rimmed glasses and brown hair that he swept back from his receding hairline, and when he met Cindy, he was instantly charmed by the smiling and laughing waitress with thick dark hair and shining eyes. A year after meeting, Cindy and Robert got married, and 1 year after that, they welcomed their first and only child, a baby boy named John. Early on in their marriage, Robert enlisted in the U.S. Navy, and so he was gone a lot of the time. As a result, Cindy stepped up and became the anchor of the family, always putting the needs of her husband and her son over her own. She also began working multiple part-time jobs to supplement Robert's military income, which was just not that much. However, she only took jobs that did not interfere with her ability to spend quality time with her son, John. In 1977, after Robert left the military, the Bortons moved to a town in Illinois called Evanston. There, Robert enrolled in a private seminary so that he could fulfill his lifelong dream of becoming an ordained pastor. In 1981, Robert graduated from the seminary, and a year later, he got an offer from a little church in Shenandoah asking him to come be their pastor. Robert and Cindy were thrilled, and so after Robert accepted the offer, the little family packed up their belongings and then made the 8-hour trip west back to their home state of Iowa and into the pretty little town of Shenandoah. Once in Shenandoah, Cindy immediately threw herself into her new role as the pastor's wife. She was naturally outgoing and empathetic, and so she pretty much instantly became a favorite, not just with Robert's congregation, but with the rest of the town as well. Even though Robert had landed his dream job, it was not a high-paying job, and so like Cindy, he needed to go out and pick up some extra work to make ends meet. Robert would get a part-time job at a car dealership where he washed and cleaned cars, and Cindy, after arriving in Shenandoah, worked as many as 3 part-time jobs, including her main one at a donut shop. But despite how much Cindy and Robert were forced to work every week, they were very happy people. In fact, when most people described Cindy when she was living in Shenandoah, they would talk about her laughter, because 1, she seemed to always be laughing and smiling, and 2, because her laughter was incredibly infectious, and anyone who heard it couldn't help but laugh themselves. But the Bortons' seemingly perfect life would go off the rails in 1987, 5 years after the Bortons had arrived in Shenandoah. That summer, Robert's church, which had been struggling financially for years, was finally forced to shut their doors, and so Robert's job was gone, and so too was his main source of income. This loss was devastating both emotionally and financially for the Borton family. By September of the following year, 1988, Robert had not had any luck finding another pastor gig in town or nearby, and the income they were making between Robert's car dealership work and Cindy's various part-time jobs was just not enough, and so the couple began talking about relocating. However, they both loved Shenandoah, it was their home, and John, who was 18 at the time, he was about to start his senior year in high school, and so they really didn't want to pull him out until he was done. And so Cindy and Robert decided that they would just stay in Shenandoah and they would weather the financial storm they were in, and then maybe after John graduated from high school, they would think about moving. But when John's senior year actually began that September, the Bortons' 18-year-old son suddenly developed a serious case of senioritis, meaning he didn't want to go to school. And on the morning of Tuesday, September 6th, just a few days into the new school year, John walked into the family kitchen and announced to his mother that he did not want to go to school ever. Cindy had to argue with John all by herself because Robert had already left that morning for work. But luckily, John eventually just gave up because he knew his mother was not going to budge. She wanted him to go to school. And so, begrudgingly, John ate his breakfast, he gathered up his backpack, and he followed his mother out to her car that was parked in the driveway. On the drive to school, Cindy reminded her son that she'd be working at the donut shop that afternoon, and so he'd have to walk home. When they arrived at Shenandoah High School a few minutes later, John, who was still very annoyed with his mother for forcing him to go to school that day, he got out and he slammed the car door before mumbling a barely audible goodbye to his mother. As Cindy drove the short distance back to their house, she tried to tell herself that, John's behavior was just typical teenage behavior, and once the school year really got going, John's attitude would surely improve. Still, it was something she intended to talk to Robert about when he came home that afternoon for his lunch break. Once Cindy was back at their home, she parked the car in the driveway and walked through the back door and down the short hallway into the kitchen. After cleaning up the breakfast dishes, she caught up on a few household chores and made sure that the clothes she planned to wear to work that afternoon were clean and ready to go. Then she glanced at her watch and headed back into the kitchen to heat up some spaghetti sauce and pasta for lunch with Robert. Right at 12 p.m. that afternoon, just a half mile away, Robert would tell his boss that he was headed home for his 1-hour-long lunch break. A few minutes later, Robert pulled his pickup truck into the driveway of his modest little house, he turned off the engine, and he walked up the steps to the front door. As he stepped into their small living room, he called out to let Cindy know that he was home. After she called back to him from the kitchen, Robert went to the first-floor bathroom to wash up before he too headed into the kitchen to join his wife. As Cindy served him a hot plate of spaghetti, Robert listened as Cindy told him about how John had not wanted to go to school that morning and how upset he was when she dropped him off. And Robert would agree with his wife that, this did seem like typical teenage behavior and that, probably as the school year wore on, his attitude would change. The pair would chat about John's behavior for the bulk of their meal, and then at about 12:45, Robert put his dishes in the sink, he thanked Cindy for his lunch, and then he told her he'd see her that afternoon after she got home from her shift at the donut shop. A few minutes after Robert had left the house to return to work, Cindy was already washing the lunch dishes when she heard a knock on the back door. She glanced at her watch and wondered who would be visiting her in the middle of the day. A little over an hour later, at around 2 p.m., Robert received a call at the car dealership where he worked. When his boss handed him the phone, Robert heard the voice of Cindy's coworker at the donut shop. Sue Rogers told him that Cindy had not shown up for work, which was unlike her since she usually arrived for her shift early. Sue had tried calling the Borton house, but no one had picked up. Robert told Sue that, maybe Cindy had taken a nap after lunch and she's just overslept. An hour later, at 3 p.m., Robert got another call from the donut shop. This time, Sue sounded worried. Cindy still had not shown up for work, and a coworker who went by the Borton house had stopped at the back door to call out for Cindy, but didn't get an answer. And they noticed that the door was open, but this coworker didn't want to go inside without being invited, and so they left. Robert called home, and when Cindy did not pick up the phone, he asked his boss if he could leave work to go check on his wife. Just after 3:30 p.m., Robert pulled up to his house, and the first thing he noticed was that Cindy's car was still in the driveway. After parking his truck just behind her car, Robert walked up to the front door and let himself in, calling out his wife's name as soon as he stepped inside. When there was no answer, Robert began walking from the living room where he came in at the front of the house toward the back of the house where the kitchen was. As he walked, he kept yelling out for Cindy, but it was silent. When Robert finally reached the kitchen and got a view of the kitchen, he came to a complete and sudden stop. Backing slowly away, Robert reached for a nearby phone on the wall and he called 911. When they picked up, he would tell police to come to his house right away because his wife had had a terrible accident. After hanging up the phone, Robert grabbed the family dog's collar off of a nearby hook, and he put it on the dog and led the dog outside to the backyard where he tied the dog up, and then Robert walked around the outside of the house to the driveway in front, where he leaned against the side of Cindy's car, and there he waited patiently for the police to arrive. When the local police and ambulance arrived at the Borton house a few minutes later, Robert stepped forward to meet them. Then he stayed outside while the police and the medical technicians entered the front door and made their way into the kitchen and back. What they saw inside was so shocking and so gruesome that the chief of police, Richard Hunt, He knew this was not a crime or a crime scene that his local police force could handle. He needed serious help from the state, and he needed that help right away. The kitchen was covered in blood, and lying on her back in the middle of the floor was SnD Borton. She had been stabbed 29 times with various bloody weapons that were found near her body on the ground. Based on the sheer violence of the attack and the fact that the back door had been unlocked and undamaged, Chief Hunt was sure that this crime had been personal. He knew the crime statistics in Iowa. 85% of all homicides in the state were committed by people and family members who were close to the victim, which meant that right away, SnD's husband, Robert, and her son, John, were at the top of the list of potential suspects. And so as Chief Hunt and the rest of the local police force more or less waited for the state law enforcement to arrive so they could actually begin processing the scene, Chief Hunt decided to just go outside and speak with Robert. And so he went outside, he walked down the front steps, and he made his way over to Robert, who was still near SnD's car, and Chief Hunt would ask him, "Robert, do you have any idea who could have done this to your wife?" After Robert said, no, he didn't, the police chief was shocked when SnD's husband went on to insist that his wife's death must have been an accident. But before the chief could continue questioning Robert, they were interrupted by the arrival of the Borton family's son, John, who was walking down the road towards the family house on his way home from school. John slowed down as he approached the house and took in the sight of the police cars and an ambulance parked along the curb and the yellow crime scene tape along the perimeter of their yard. When John reached his father, Robert told him that something bad had happened to his mother and that she was dead. But as Robert reached out to put his hands on his son's shoulders, John dropped his backpack and just turned around and started running. Later, he would tell law enforcement that the news was so shocking he just couldn't handle it, and so that's why he ran. When John did return to his house almost 2 hours later, personnel from the state's Division of Criminal Investigation had finally arrived, and they were dusting for fingerprints and gathering evidence inside of the Borton house. And local law enforcement had fanned out around the neighborhood to ask the Borton's neighbors if they had seen anything unusual or suspicious that day. By then, Robert had also told police exactly what he had done that day, starting with him leaving the house at 6:45 a.m. to go to work, and then arriving at work at 7 a.m., and then coming home again at noon for lunch with SnD, and then leaving again and getting back to the car dealership at 1 p.m. Robert also described the calls he got from the donut shop saying that SnD had not shown up for her 2 p.m. shift, and he would describe to police what it was like when he arrived at his house at 3:30 p.m. to check to see if SnD was okay. After John was back at the house, he would tell police that he had been at school from the time his mother had dropped him off in the morning until school let out at 3:30, and then he had walked home. When the state investigators asked John if anything about that morning had seemed out of the ordinary, at first John said no, but then after a few seconds, he changed his answer to yes. He said that he and his mother had been arguing that morning because John didn't want to go to school that day, but he told police this was not anything serious. By the time John and Robert left the Borton property to go stay that night with friends that they knew from Robert's old church, word had spread throughout Shenandoah that something unspeakable had happened to one of the town's most popular residents. Early the next morning on September 7th, there were police officers waiting at Robert's car dealership to check on Robert's alibi. And while Robert's timesheet confirmed the timeline Robert had given them, Robert's boss added one detail about that day that Robert had left out. Virtually every day of the week, I am tied up working on the next podcast or YouTube video or something to do with content, and so I rarely have time, or more specifically, I rarely make time, to take care of other normal business operations, like shipping. Shipping is my kryptonite. It's confusing, it's time-consuming, and it makes me feel like I'm just permanently unorganized. And so that's why I started using ShipStation. ShipStation is a best-in-class, web-based shipping software for online retailers. It works with all of your storefronts, Amazon, eBay, Etsy, and more, and it lets you automate all the awful manual work that goes into shipping. You also get deeply discounted shipping rates normally reserved for Fortune 500 companies. But I think the most compelling argument for why you should use ShipStation is that 98% of companies that use ShipStation for a year keep using it for as long as they're in business. It's no wonder ShipStation is already trusted by over 100,000 sellers. It's time to let go of all those shipping tasks. ShipStation can do it better and faster. Sign up using promo code MrBallin for a free 60-day trial today at ShipStation.com and start saving time with every shipment. That's 2 whole months of shipping made quick and painless, and it's free to try. Just go to ShipStation.com, click on the microphone at the top of the page, and type in Mr. Ballin. ShipStation. Make ship happen. At the end of a long, strange, dark, and mysterious day, the idea of sifting through my poorly stocked fridge to attempt to cobble together a decent meal sounds just awful. And so, of course, this makes me want to order 44 pizzas and 16 milkshakes. But ever since I started using Daily Harvest, that nighttime urge is gone, because my freezer is now fully stocked with great tasting options that were delivered right to my door. And the really cool thing with Daily Harvest is that not only does it taste great and it's great for you, but it's also great for the planet. By supporting farmers who invest in practices that increase biodiversity and improve the health of our soil, and delivering food in recyclable and composting packaging, Daily Harvest does the work, so all you have to do is eat. Daily Harvest has options for any time of the day, with things like harvest bowls, soups, flatbreads, smoothies, and lattes, and they are all built on organic fruits and vegetables. My current favorites are the strawberry peach smoothie and the tomato basil flatbread. They also have a new menu item called the Harvest Bake, which are these ready-to-bake veggie-packed dishes that taste awesome and are big enough to share. So avoid the takeout temptation and get Daily Harvest. Go to dailyharvest.com/MrBallin to get up to $40 off your first box. That's dailyharvest.com/MrBallin for up to $40 off your first box. dailyharvest.com/MrBallin. Okay, back to the story. When Robert arrived back at the dealership after his lunch break, he had apparently changed his clothes. When asked if that was unusual, his boss would say, "Not really." Robert's boss would say that on Tuesdays, the car dealership's commercial cleaning service would come by to pick up dirty uniforms and rags, and so Robert's boss thought that, maybe Robert had come to work that day in his work clothes, he had gotten a full morning of work in, and then when he went home for lunch, he had changed, and then when he had come back, maybe he had dropped off those dirty clothes from the morning with the cleaning service. While this seemed totally plausible, investigators couldn't help but think that if Robert was involved in the murder of his wife, and if there was any evidence from the murder on those work clothes, well, that evidence was now being destroyed by a commercial washing machine. Meanwhile, investigators who had arrived at Shenandoah High School early that morning to check John's alibi also had some questions. It would turn out John's alibi was not as straightforward as he had made it seem. His teachers at his high school told police that yes, John had come to school the previous day, but he did not have any classes between 1 and 3 p.m., and no one could really verify his whereabouts at that time, and it just so happens that that was likely the time frame when his mother was killed. And later that afternoon, a neighbor would tell police that they had seen a teenager running through the Bortons' backyard around the time that Cindy would have been killed. The neighbor couldn't give police much of a description of this teenager, except to say that the teenager was a boy and that he had a thin build and it looked like his hair was brown, which was basically a perfect description of John. And so, 2 days after Cindy's death, detectives brought John into the police station for questioning. When pressed about the 1 to 3 p.m. gap in his alibi, John would adamantly state that he never left school grounds during that time period. He said he had been at school all day from the time his mother dropped him off until he walked home and discovered the police and ambulances in front of his house. When asked about his parents' relationship, John admitted that there was some tension there and that sometimes he heard his parents arguing, mostly about money. But John also told police that his mother and father were very committed to each other and had been quite happy in the past. And so no matter what problems they might be having, John was confident that his parents were not even close to getting divorced. He believed they would look to find a solution that kept them together. As for his own relationship with his mother, John told police that his mother had been everything to him and that it totally crushed him that his last interaction with her was that stupid fight about him not wanting to go to school. Despite Robert and John continuing to deny that they had anything to do with the murder, 48 hours into the investigation, the father and son were still the prime suspects. 3 days after Cindy's murder, on September 9th, the results of her autopsy came back. Based on the fact that the spaghetti she had eaten for lunch on the day of her murder was completely undigested, police were able to narrow the time of her death down to about 1 p.m. Meanwhile, investigators questioning teachers and students at Shenandoah High School were starting to believe that John had been telling the truth, that he really had been on school grounds on the day of the murder from 1 to 3 p.m. At Cindy's memorial service on September 13th, 6 days after her murder, investigators were waiting outside the church. Before scratching John off of their suspect list, they wanted to talk with John's best friend, Jim Bettis, to see if he could offer any additional insights into John's relationship with his mother. Jim had been a frequent visitor at the Borton household, and since Cindy's death, he had been spending a lot of time with John, comforting him. And so police were hopeful that if John was involved, maybe Jim would have picked up on it and maybe Jim would be willing to talk about it. But according to Jim, there really were no problems between John and his mother. He said John loved his mother and that he would never hurt her. And as for that fight that they got in over John going to school or not that morning, Jim said that was totally insignificant and not a reflection of John and Cindy's actual relationship. After speaking with Jim and a few other friends of John's that came out of the memorial service, investigators felt satisfied that John really was not involved, and so they crossed his name off the suspect list. So with no other new leads and no further information on any teenager running across the Borton's yard on the afternoon of the murder, investigators were now sure that the killer had to be Cindy's husband, Robert. So, about 1 week after the murder, investigators brought Robert into the interrogation room in the basement of the local police station, and then once he was sitting down, a special agent from the state's Division of Criminal Investigation leaned in close to Robert and said, "Bob, let's quit playing games. We both know Cindy was dead when you went back to work." But for the next 3 hours, Robert, who showed very little emotion and no signs of grief, refused to change his story. He said he had nothing to do with his wife's murder. He said that Cindy had seemed totally normal when he left for work early on the morning of the day she died, and when he came home for lunch that day at noon, she was alive. And she was also still alive when he left to go back to work at 12:45 p.m. Before leaving the police station, Robert agreed to have his fingerprints collected, and he agreed to take a lie detector test. So, the very next day, a special agent drove Robert 150 miles northeast to Des Moines, where Robert was hooked up to a polygraph machine that would measure his physical reactions to a series of key questions. Questions like, "Did you hurt your wife?" or "Did you kill your wife?" And Robert would answer these questions the same way he had the day before in the basement interrogation room at the police station. "No, I didn't hurt my wife. No, I didn't kill my wife." But this time, the polygraph machine showed that Robert was not being truthful. He didn't fail his test by much, but the results convinced investigators that despite Robert's denials, he must be the killer. And so the agent who had administered the lie detector test pulled Robert aside for another round of intense questioning, telling him, "Hey, you failed this test, so you got to tell us the truth now." But Robert continued to say that he had nothing to do with it, and he even fell asleep during this interrogation. Even with this failed lie detector test, the police lacked hard evidence that linked Robert to the murder. And so even though they wanted to keep him, they couldn't. They had to let him go. And so a special agent drove Robert back to Shenandoah, and on the drive, he turned to Robert and he said, "You know, Bob, when this is all over and you've been arrested, charged, tried, and convicted, I would be honored if you confessed to me." But a week later, 2.5 weeks after Cindy's murder, investigators got another piece of bad news when the state's crime lab reported that they had not been able to lift any fingerprints from the various murder weapons that had been found in Cindy's kitchen. They also were unable to pull any prints off of any other physical evidence that had been sent off for testing. As September inched towards October, and police had still not made any arrests, the residents of Shenandoah were outraged and scared. Every day they called the police station and the mayor's office seeking updates, and local gun stores reported a serious uptick in sales. And in November, Robert, who was being questioned by police nearly every day and was being shunned by residents who now walked across the street to avoid talking with him, he packed up the family's belongings and moved with John to the town of Gladbrook, just outside of Des Moines, where he and Cindy had actually gotten married. Around this time, local reporters began asking the question that was on everyone's mind. How was it possible that in a town as small as Shenandoah, police could not figure out who had committed such a heinous crime? And on top of having a murderer on the loose, Shenandoah also had an arsonist on the loose. Around the time Cindy was killed, someone had been intentionally setting fires around town, damaging an elementary school, as well as destroying a pickup truck. And while the arson attacks didn't appear to be connected to Cindy's murder, it did seem odd that there would be two violent crimes happening at the same time in a town that saw almost zero violent crime. And so some investigators began to suspect, just because of the rarity of violent crime, that the arson attacks and the murder had to be connected. And on November 30th of that year, their suspicions seemed to be confirmed. On that day, there was an arson attack at Shenandoah City Hall, except this time, the arsonist left behind a note. On this note, the arsonist warned police that the school fire and the truck fire and the murder of Cindy Borton were nothing compared to what was coming next. At the end of this note, the arsonist identified themselves as, quote, the Night Stalker. The Night Stalker was the name of a notorious murderer in California who had been captured 3 years earlier. But what really caught the attention of law enforcement was the fact that whoever had signed the note also left behind a fingerprint at the very bottom of the piece of paper the note was written on. While investigators waited on the results of the fingerprint analysis, they returned to the scenes of the earlier arson attacks, and on a bridge near the school fire, police had found the letters NS painted on a concrete support. They believed these had to be the initials of the Night Stalker. By early December, the mayor of Shenandoah had received more than 200 calls from terrified residents demanding that the police find the arsonist/killer before they murdered anyone else. But the Night Stalker lead came to an abrupt end a few weeks later when the fingerprint analysis not only failed to match Richard Borton's fingerprints, it didn't match any prints on file in any local, state, or federal law enforcement database. So unfortunately, both the arson cases and the murder case began to grow cold. It wasn't until 5 months after Cindy Borton's murder that local and state investigators would get the tip they needed to break the murder and arson cases wide open. Around dinner time on the cloudy, cool night of January 30th, 1989, the Shenandoah police chief, Richard Hunt, got a call from one of his officers. There was a teenager who had just walked into the police station, and he wanted to talk with someone about the murder of Cindy Borton. A few minutes later, Chief Hunt was sitting in his office looking across his desk at 18-year-old Jack Johnson, one of John Borton's best friends and classmates, and one of the boys investigators had talked with back in September when they were confirming John's alibi for the time of his mother's murder. Jack told Chief Hunt that a few days earlier, on January 26th, Jack had been talking to someone, and during their conversation, Jack had asked this person what was the worst thing they had ever done. And this person paused for a moment, and then they said to Jack, "I've done something that I'm pretty sure God will never forgive me for." Jack would go on to tell police all the awful details of what this person claimed to have done that God would not forgive them for. Based on Jack's testimony, this is a reconstruction of what really happened to Cindy Borton. Back on the day that Cindy died, September 6th, 1988, she and her husband Robert were sitting in the kitchen eating spaghetti and talking about their son's recent bad behavior. After Robert was done eating, he put his dirty dishes in the sink, he thanked his wife for the food, and then he headed out the door to go back to work. As Cindy began washing the dishes, she heard a knock on the back door. Glancing at her watch, she saw it was already almost 1 p.m., which meant she didn't really have a lot of time to visit with whoever this was before she had to step away and get ready for her 2 p.m. shift at the donut shop. And so, feeling a little bit flustered, SnD turned off the faucet and she dried her hands, and then she walked around the counter and she walked down the very short hallway that led to the back door of the house. And as she walked down this hallway, she looked through the glass of the back door and she saw who her visitor was. And even though she was pressed for time, she couldn't help herself. She smiled. She was happy to see him. However, she was a little bit concerned that her visitor was not in school. But she opened the door, and as soon as the door was open, her visitor immediately reassured her that he understood he was supposed to be in school and he'd be there soon. He was just stopping by because he was hoping that SnD wouldn't mind being a reference for a job that he was going to be applying for. And so SnD said, yeah, of course I'll be a reference for your new job. I'd love to hear about your new job. Come inside, let's talk about it. And so her visitor stepped inside, and as they walked down the little hallway towards the kitchen, the visitor asked SnD if it was okay if she got him a glass of water because he was really thirsty. And so SnD said, yeah, no problem. Come in the kitchen, I'll get you water, and we can talk about this new job. And so they start walking down this hallway, and the visitor reaches into his pocket and he unfolds his pocket knife. And right as SnD is stepping into the kitchen with her back to him, he walks up behind her, he reaches around the front of her neck, and he digs the blade into the front of her throat, cutting her neck wide open. SnD instinctively reached up and tried to grab her neck to protect herself, but her attacker grabbed her hands, pulled them away, and then with the knife, he dug another trench across her throat. And then the attacker backed up a couple of steps. SnD, who was now pouring blood out of her neck, stumbled forward into the kitchen, and then she whipped around, clutching her throat, looking at her attacker. It was 18-year-old Jim Bettis, her son's best friend. But she didn't have time to process who was attacking her, because before long, as she was staring at him, he lunged at her again, slashing and cutting her. And so she put her hands up over her face to protect herself, and he was digging the knife over and over again into her forearms and her hands and all over her body. And eventually she kind of slumped onto the kitchen counter after being stabbed and cut so many times, at which point Jim walked away from her and he walked over to a drawer that he knew from all of the visits he had made to this household to visit with John. He knew that in this drawer were kitchen knives and other utensils. And so as SnD is laying right near him up against the counter, pleading with him to stop, and she's bleeding everywhere, he reaches into this drawer and he pulls out 2 of SnD's sharpest knives and he sets them on the counter, and then he pulls out 2 long serving forks that each had very pointed prongs at the end. And so he turns around to look at SnD, and SnD sees what he's doing, and so she tries to make a run for the phone to call 911. But before she could get there, Jim grabbed the 2 knives that he had just taken out of the drawer, and he leapt in front of SnD and began stabbing her over and over and over again on her sides, her front, her face, her hands, her legs, anywhere he could, he would stab her. And SnD the whole time is trying to hit him and push him back, but there's nothing she can do. She's helpless. And then at some point, she kind of falls to the ground, but she's not dead yet. And so at that point, Jim put down the 2 knives he had just taken out of that drawer, and he went back and he got the 2 serving forks. And then he went back over to SnD, who was now crawling across the ground trying to get to the phone, and he began stabbing her in the back of the neck, on the side, over and over and over again. Despite multiple puncture wounds to her vital organs, SnD was not dying. She was bleeding profusely. She was likely mortally wounded at this point, but she kept trying to move forward. She kept trying to fight back. She was doing anything she could to save herself. But eventually, Jim overpowered her. He flipped her over onto her back. And then kneeling next to her, he got his tools lined up next to him, the 2 knives, his own knife, and the 2 serving forks. And systematically, he began using these tools to begin cutting and slashing and digging into the front of her torso. And he would continue to do that until SnD finally stopped moving. And when she did stop moving, he picked up one of the serving forks, he raised it up over his head, and then he brought it straight down into her neck, plunging it deep inside of her. And then he let go of the handle, leaving the fork stuck into her neck. Then he wiped off the handle of that fork as well as the other handles of the other murder weapons, which he just left on the floor next to SnD, with the exception of his folding knife. He would take that. Then Jim stood up and walked into the small bathroom near the kitchen, and he washed his hands and face, leaving faint traces of blood in the sink, but wiping his fingerprints from the faucet handles. Then Jim retraced his steps to the back door. He stepped outside and he paused for just a minute before taking off at a run across the Bortons' yard. He would be seen by that neighbor, except the neighbor would only be able to describe him as a thin teenager with brown hair. 3 hours later, Jim and his parents would be out driving around when they passed John, who had just bolted from the scene and the news of his mother's death. Jim's parents slowed the car down, and Jim leaned out the window and he comforted his friend, asking him if he wanted to come into the car and talk about what happened. Did he need a ride anywhere? But John, who was in a state of shock, would just shake his head and keep on running. 5 months after killing his best friend's mother, Jim would confess his crime to his other best friend, Jack Johnson. Not only would Jim tell Jack exactly where he had disposed of his pocket knife, he would also draw a diagram for Jack showing him exactly where Jim had left Cindy's body inside the Bortons' kitchen. On the night of January 30th, which was the day that Jack Johnson had gone to police to tell them about Jim, he presented Jim's hand-drawn diagram and pushed it across the desk to Chief Hunt. On February 2nd, 1989, police asked Jim Bettis to come to the police station for an interview. Once inside the interrogation room, Jim denied everything, saying he had never had that conversation with Jack Johnson. But after agreeing to let police collect his fingerprints, police determined Jim's prints matched the one found on the note left by the Night Stalker. After another round of questioning, Jim eventually admitted to being the arsonist, but it wasn't until he conclusively and massively failed his polygraph test that he would admit to police that, yes, he had killed Cindy Borton. It would turn out Jim had nothing against Cindy. The person he really hated was his own father. According to Jim, his father had spent years deriding and criticizing him. For a while, Jim had taken out his anger by setting fires around town, but for the last several months, he'd come to despise his father so much that all Jim could think about was killing him. But Jim was afraid of his father and couldn't really imagine himself besting his father in any kind of physical confrontation. And Jim wasn't even sure he could go through with killing anyone. So he decided what he needed to do was practice. He needed to find someone who would be easy to kill, someone vulnerable, someone who trusted him, someone who loved him. And the one person who fit that bill was his best friend's mother, Cindy Borton. As far back as Jim could remember, Cindy had been the one person he knew who was always glad to see him, and who always had time to talk with him, and who always offered him encouragement. She would be the last person to suspect that he could ever hurt her. And so he told himself, if he could kill Cindy, maybe he could also kill his father. The police were able to finally prove their case against Jim when they found his pocket knife that he had tossed under a local bridge. The knife still had Cindy's blood on it, along with Jim's fingerprints. On November 13th, 1989, Jim Bettis, who was 19 years old at the time, was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. In a letter Jim wrote from prison, he told a relative that when he, quote, killed that lady, I guess I went too far and pretended that she was my dad. By 1990, 2 years after Cindy's murder, Robert and John had moved again, this time to Eldora, Iowa, a town of 3,000 residents located about 3.5 hours northeast of Shenandoah. Robert would remarry, and he would find work at a plastics recycling plant. State and local law enforcement in Shenandoah defended the intensive investigation techniques they used with Robert, saying that from the start, he was their only viable suspect. Now, 52 years old, Cindy's son John wants people to remember his mother for her life, not her death. He would tell reporters in April of 2022 that she was a wonderful, wonderful person, and I only miss her on days that end in the letter Y. Thank you for listening to the Mr. Ballin podcast. If you got something out of this episode and you haven't done this already, please offer to water the 5-star review button's favorite flowers while they're gone on vacation. But instead of watering them, give them no water and leave them in the blazing sun. Also, please subscribe to the Mr. Ballin podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon, Google, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. This podcast airs every Monday and Thursday morning, but in the meantime, you can always watch one of the hundreds of stories I have posted on my YouTube channel, which is just called Mr. Ballin. If you want to get in touch with me, please follow me on any major social media platform and then send me a direct message. My username on all platforms is just @Mr. Ballin, and I really do read the majority of my DMs. Lastly, we have some really cool merchandise, so head on over to shopmrballin.com to have a look. So that's going to do it. I really appreciate your support. Until next time, see ya. In 2008, a young man was driving along a dirt road in a forest when he spotted up ahead this large, strange-looking animal that he didn't recognize that appeared to be dead on the side of the road. And so, curious what it was, he drove past the dead animal and he stopped his car and he got out and began walking back up the road towards the animal to see what it was. And when he got right on top of it, he crouched down to get a better look, and as he did, he heard the sound of something moving behind him. And then before he could turn around, everything went black. Today's podcast is the remastered audio from a popular video on my YouTube channel called The Worst Kidnappers in Australia. The link to that video is in the description. This story contains sexual content. As such, listener discretion is advised. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right podcast because that's all we do, and we upload twice a week, once on Monday and once on Thursday. So, if that's of interest to you, please invite the 5-star review button to come on over your house for a nice, fun, casual game night, and as soon as they step inside, immediately ambush them, handcuff them to the bed, and have a priest perform an exorcism on them. Also, please subscribe to the Mr. Ballin podcast wherever you listen to podcasts so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Last month, I was at the grocery store when I looked at my phone and saw my wife had sent me a text message. And as soon as I read it, my heart started to race. It just said, "Come home immediately. We need to talk." I wrote back, "Honey, what's wrong?" But she didn't respond. And so feeling totally panicked that I had done something wrong or that something horrible had happened, I just abandoned my shopping cart and ran out of the store to my car and sped home. After walking in the front door of my house, I saw my wife standing there in the kitchen with her arms crossed, just glaring at me. And I said, "Babe, what's going on?" And she looks me up and down and just says, "John, taping chewed gum and deer kneecaps to your naked body is not clothing. You need to start wearing real clothing." And so, of course, standing there in my favorite chewed gum and deer kneecap suit, I felt crushed and a little embarrassed. But luckily, I didn't have to feel that way for long, because my wife had already placed an order for me from Stitch Fix. Stitch Fix is the easiest way to get clothes that fit great without having to endlessly scroll through a ton of options to find what you like. All you do is answer a few quick questions: where you buy your clothes, what styles you like, and what your price range is. And then, with your choices in mind and a wide range of sizes available, a Stitch Fix stylist will find your perfect fit and ship those hand-picked clothes straight to your door. Seriously, our family has been a customer of Stitch Fix since 2020, and it's an amazing service. I mean, it'll never be as good as wearing chewed gum or deer kneecaps, but it's okay. Right now, Stitch Fix is offering my listeners $20 off their first fix at stitchfix.com/Mr. Ballin. That's stitchfix.com/Mr. Ballin for $20 off today. stitchfix.com/Mr. Ballin. Okay, let's get into today's story. In 2008, 22-year-old Julian Buchwald was living in a small rural town in southern Australia called Budgeree. He lived there with his parents, who owned a small house on a massive 1,200-acre plot of land, which for reference is about 2 square miles. However, this land was made up mostly of thick brush and forested areas, so for the most part, they just stayed close to their actual house. However, there was a waterfall deep into the woods on their property that periodically they would go to visit. Less than a 20-minute drive north of Budgery was another small rural town called Churchill. And in that town was Julian's girlfriend, 17-year-old Carolyn Watson, who also lived with her parents. The young couple had met 2 years earlier at the church they both went to. They were both very devout Christians, and their plan was to get married the next year when Carolyn turned 18 and was done with her studies. On Tuesday, March 4th of that year, Julian and Carolyn decided to go out and have a picnic lunch at the waterfall on Julian's family's property. So, early that afternoon, Julian left his house, he hopped in the family car, he drove north to Churchill, he picked up Carolyn, and then he drove her back to his family's property, where he turned onto a dirt road that would take them into the forest to the waterfall. At some point along this short, bumpy road through the forest, Julian was looking out ahead of the car when he spotted what looked like roadkill on the side of the road. And this roadkill, it looked bigger than he was used to seeing in this area. And so he stared at it as the car kind of rolled past it. And right after they had driven past the roadkill, he turned to Carolyn and said, hey, there's some really weird roadkill on the side of the road right over there. And so Carolyn, who really didn't care, she kind of slowly looked up and turned around and looked, but she didn't see it. And then after that, the two of them did not discuss the roadkill any further. And so Julian just continued to drive along this dirt road until the road kind of opened up into this big clearing. And in the middle of this clearing, which was basically this field, there was a small pond with a 10-foot-high waterfall feeding into it. This was the waterfall. And so Julian parked the car right at the end of the dirt road, right on the edge of this clearing, and he and Carolyn got out. They went around to the back of the car, they got their picnic supplies out of the trunk, and they set up their picnic lunch right on the edge of this pond, looking up at this waterfall. And they were there for about an hour, just kind of enjoying each other's company, and then around 2:30 p.m., they realized it was time to go, because they had told their family they'd be back by 3. And so they packed up all of their picnic stuff, they went back to the car, they put it back in the trunk, they hopped back inside the car, Julian turned it on, he turned the car around, and they began driving back down the dirt road that had brought them in. And as soon as they began driving down this road, Julian remembered the strange roadkill he had seen on their way in. And he decided that he wanted to stop and get out and actually go up to it. And so as they're driving along, he looks over at Carolyn and says, "Hey, do you mind if I stop the car when I see the roadkill so I can go look at it?" Carolyn looked at him and she's like, "Okay, but remember, we have to be back by 3 p.m. That's what we told our families, so please be quick." And so Julian said, "No problem." And so he continued driving along, scanning for this roadkill. But after driving for several minutes, he had not found the roadkill yet, and he started to become worried that he had just driven past it without realizing it. And so he stopped the car. They're pretty close to the end of this dirt road. They're almost back to Julian's property, but he stops the car right in the middle of this dirt road, and he turns to Carolyn and says, "Hey, I think I drove past it. Do you mind if I just hop out and run back?" And so Carolyn was totally annoyed that this roadkill viewing was really becoming quite involved. But she says, "Okay, go, but again, you gotta be quick because, it's almost 3 p.m. And so Julian kind of grinned at her, he put the car in park, and he hopped out, he turned, and he began jogging back down the road in the direction of the waterfall. And after jogging for maybe 30 seconds or so, the road had turned to the right. And so from where he was on the road, if he turned around, he would not have been able to see his car or Carolyn. He was kind of deep in the thick of this forest. But he knew, this road is not very long, and so I'm sure the roadkill has got to be up here somewhere. And so he decided he would just continue running back along this road for maybe 1 or 2 more minutes, and if he didn't find the roadkill by then, he'd just have to give up, turn around, and head back to the car. And so he began jogging, continuing towards the waterfall on this dirt road, and sure enough, after about a minute, he spots off to the side the roadkill. And so he runs up to it, and right away he sees it's this huge animal that's right on the side of the road. There was a branch from a tree that had kind of obscured the carcass a little bit, and he figured that's why on the return trip he hadn't seen it, because this branch was kind of blocking it from view. And so standing over it, still not even sure what it is, he reached down and he moved the branch, the tree branch, out of the way to get a better look at this big dead animal. And right as he did that, everything went black. A few minutes later, Carolyn, who was still sitting in the car waiting for her boyfriend to come back, looked at her watch and realized it was getting really close to 3 p.m. and still Julian was not back yet. And so, feeling kind of annoyed with him, she sat up in her seat and turned around and looked out the rear window of the car, expecting to see Julian come bounding down the road toward her. But when she looked out the back window, all she saw was this dirt road that kind of bent off to the right out of view and thick trees everywhere. Her boyfriend...
Okay, I'm back after 5 days. You weren't even in here?
Everybody left, homie.
Chicago. The fuck?
I don't know. I left too, and I came back and it was just. I seen other Kyle was in that shit, but I was eating still. KD.
The Mac?
Yeah.
Shit, I'll invite him right now.
He was probably just talking to us and we weren't there.
What are you eating, you fat boy?
Mary Brown's.
Who went and got that for you?
Me.
I thought John was supposed to go for you.
Mm-mm. I dropped him off at his truck.
Where was his truck?
In town already?
Got too slizzard and had
Juiced up, yeah.
to cab it home.
I guess so.
Text my brother right now, but you can call. Says your brother's not on, is he? Actually, I didn't even look.
I don't know what the hell that motherfucker do. Ain't hanging out with his bro, that's for sure.
Been drinking that Gatorade.
Huh? No, I'm talking to Casey.
Don't be telling people who you're associating with. I don't want to be known to be
My
associating.
dad just came too.
I don't want to be known to be
Dad?
associated with you. Just kidding.
You just come too, Dad? Blackout City?
Fucking wants another sippy poo.
I know you were blacked out last night. I had to throw you in bed this morning and force you to sleep. Yeah. Right there. You're trying to sit at the table and pass out, and I was like, I wasn't having it. I just fucking carried you and threw you in your bed. Took your glasses off, took your shoes off, put the blanket over you, and you kept trying to get up, and I just smothered you. I don't want to go to bed. I'm too goddamn bad. I took your glasses off and threw you down. Fucking.
Search and destroy. We have the device.
No, you were passed straight up. Oh, there is a secret back. Too bad for you. Too bad for you, Dad. Oh yeah, it's a bottle one too, extra good. Got 20 Gatorades back there.
Damn it, bro.
Our UAV is orbiting the area. We're planting at Bravo. This round is ours. Ready up for the next one.
No. You don't need nothing from him. You good to go. You need no more cases and nothing. Just
Destroy.
Gonna drink some water or what?
Saber 1. Set a charge on the target and detonate it.
Can H2O exists?
Bomb secure.
Oh, I'm so full. Yeah.
Setting device on Bravo. 1 minute left.
Where'd Kyle go?
Says he's going to van.
Just started with blue.
We've
gonna
secured
go
the
to
bomb.
van?
Planting bomb at Bravo. All safe. Device is set. Stand by to
Little late
detonate.
in the afternoon to go to van.
You tell Carl that, and he probably doesn't care.
Our bomb was defused. We lost that round. Ready up for the next one. Destroy.
Are you playing?
Yep.
All Saber. Detonate the target to win.
You got a stream
We have the
disappoint,
device.
Dave.
Fast hand.
Play this one and I'm playing. White ones in the hallway? No idea. Damn it.
Victory there. Prepare to repeat it. Switching sides. Search and destroy.
Can't
Saber
wait
1. Set
till I
security
get
on the
Daddy.
objectives.
Imagine.
Of course. Let's see this.
This round is ours. Ready up for the next one.
I can't wait till I get a stim so I can survive these engagements.
All Saber, secure a perimeter around the objectives.
Stim is kinda useful, I guess. I don't know. I'm using it right now. Who's the honky that joined?
KD.
Fucking finally accepts an invite? Fuck.
Friendly UAV on station.
Get to learn from your brother Dave?
Sit down, boy.
High alert online. We took a victory there. Prepare to repeat it.
Oh my god. Wow.
Search and destroy.
Kyle, you a beast at this game, or you
All Saber,
just still a
defend the
bottom?
objectives.
A little different. So much fucking camping in this game.
Right?
Copy that. UAV on.
Our counter UAV is active.
I just like to sit there.
Friendly mortar strike on the way.
Run around the whole map just to fucking get shot in your back.
Left.
Like, I'm getting fucking two-tapped, man. Let's see this. Oh yeah, your fucking P90 kills me in 2 bullets.
AK-74 kills that.
30 seconds remain.
Yeah, shotgun.
Oh.
This round is ours. Ready up for the next one.
Oh. Over here getting wrecked.
Oh, just not even surprised a little bit, Dave.
Switching sides.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Search and destroy. All Saber, plant a charge on the target and
as
level
soon
it.
as I start shooting somebody, I get fucking shot
Bomb
from
secure.
fucking 10 different directions. Hey, get out of here. How'd you bring Monty in here? He's on the hunt for some chicken.
Planting bomb at Alpha. Device in place. Countdown started. Mission complete. Solid work.
Oh my god.
Timothy is his name.
Ah, you feasting?
Huh?
Are you feasting or not?
Yeah.
How did he even see me with those disgusting sights? Fuck.
Fucking tool in here or what?
Pretty much.
10x
Killed by an
scopes?
LMG, LMG with fucking.
Even need attachments.
Search and destroy.
I'm hearing this fucking nukes going on.
The enemy planted at Alpha. We lost that round. Get ready for the next one. Search and destroy. All Strasser, defend the objectives.
Kobe.
You throw grenades.
Hostile UAV in the area. Bosnia. Enemy bomb at Alpha.
Oh, we're gonna lose this game now.
The round is lost. Focus on the next one.
I don't understand that at all.
Search and destroy.
These bots are just
Strasser 1, set security on the
on
objective.
veteran difficulty? Fuck. Went negative.
Ledge. Middle of the air. Apparently. Just angels.
They're planted at Alpha.
You ready, Case?
What are you guys
Fast
playing?
hands activated. We lost that round. Get ready for the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. 1, set a charge on the target and detonate it. We have the device.
Can you customize a reticle?
Planting at Alpha. Radar device is set. Stand by to detonate. You've won that round. Get ready for the next one. Search and destroy. All Strasser, detonate the target. Friendly UAV online. We have secured the bomb.
Cut out that arm. Holy fuck.
1 minute remaining.
Oh, you beast or what?
The round is lost. Focus on the next one. Search and destroy.
Oh man, you got
All Strasser, plant a charge on the target and destroy it. Bomb secure. High alert activated. We are planting at Bravo. Bomb planted. Set a perimeter. Our bomb was defused. We lost that round. Get ready for the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. All Strasser, secure a perimeter around the objectives. Enemy UAV active. You are all that's left. Finish the mission. Hostiles launched an SAE. Mission failed. Return to base.
Couldn't be dogs. Shit, is it Glock?
Let's get it.
Search and destroy. We've secured the bomb.
Is it last stand or is it self-revive?
I don't know. Just went down and was black. And
I know it happened to me too. I was like, what the hell?
It's both. You can self-res and...
stupidest perk I've ever seen.
Final minute. We have the device.
Fuck.
It's down to you, mate. Finish the mission.
Are we in the party? Yes, we or no?
Final 30 seconds.
Fuck, bro.
We took a loss there. Let's not repeat it. Search and destroy. Saber 1, set a charge on the target and detonate it. We've secured the bomb.
Is Warzone 2 out yet?
Nope.
Couple leagues.
It's just multiplayer right now?
Setting device on Alpha. Stand by. Bomb planted. Set containment. We took a victory there. Prepare to repeat it. Search and destroy.
No way he loses that, but he lost it?
All Saber. Detonate the target to win. Bomb secure. Fast hands online. Friendly UAV on station. squads left. Finish it.
Hey, what are you doing?
This round is ours. Ready up for the next one.
I'm beasting, Dave.
Switching sides.
Beasting. 5-1 right now. What do you mean? What am I doing?
Search and destroy.
You were playing Search or some shit?
That's all I play, dog.
Around the objectives.
Yeah.
Our UAV is orbiting the
What,
area.
you don't play Search?
After I'm done beasting for a day, yeah?
Copy that. UAV online and orbiting the AO.
Counter UAV ready. Enemy planted at Bravo. It's down to you, mate. Finish the mission. Cruise missile standing by. We lost that round. Ready up for the next one. Search and destroy. All Sabre, defend the objectives.
Falling.
Trojan 6-2, cruise missile inbound. Impact, no joy.
Dude, what are you playing? Huh?
What are you playing?
Dom?
Dom?
Yeah.
Left. We took a victory there. Prepare to repeat it.
This is my map.
Search and destroy. Sabre 1, set security on the high alert activated. Round is ours. Ready up for the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. All Sabre, plant a charge on the target and level it.
Got killed by a drill charge.
We've secured the bomb. Friendly UAV online.
Whoa. I got killed by someone holding an aid. Get there, team.
We have the device.
Hello? What the fuck? Lockwood
secure.
MK2. Is that a shotgun or a marksman?
We're planting at Alpha.
Cause that shit
Final
just
minute.
fucking mapped me. It
All
looked like a
Saber, device
shotgun.
is set. Stand by to detonate.
The sniper at like. It's like a shot in.
We took a victory there. Prepare to repeat it.
No.
What's up with the
Search and
perks like
destroy.
activating? I don't automatically have that shit?
Saber
No,
1,
no, it's
set a
okay.
charge on the target and detonate it.
Copy.
That's so
Counter
small,
UAV
but
is
it
blocking
takes
enemy
forever to
recon.
get up.
You secured the bomb.
I just got killed with.
Counter UAV is engaging.
1
Thought
minute
that
left.
deagle had a scope on it.
We took a loss there. Let's not repeat it. Search and destroy. All Saber, detonate the target to win. Friendly cruise missile deployed. We have the device.
Killed my
Setting
bitch ass
device
son.
on Alpha. Stand by. Device in place. Countdown started.
What can I do?
All Saber, mission accomplished.
My cheeks are getting clapped.
Gonna play at headquarters.
Ah.
Oh my god. Lockwood MK2 again. One bullet. It's not fair.
Search and destroy. Bomb secure. We're planting at Bravo. Bomb planted. Set containment. This round is ours. Ready up for the next one.
I just killed a guy named Dark Shark. Safe to say, they suck.
Search and destroy. All Saber, plant a charge on the target and level it. We've secured the bomb. Final minute. We took a victory there. Prepare to repeat it. Search and destroy.
People be shooting bodies, talking shit in the search. I love it, dude.
All Saber, detonate the target. Our UAV is orbiting the area. We have the device. Standing by. Counter UAV standing by. You're all that's left. Finish it. Missile ready for launch. We lost that round. Ready up for the next one. Switch inside. Search and destroy.
My guy had a thermal
All
fucking
Saber, secure
scope
perimeter around the objective.
on his assault rifle.
Going in there.
Fucking dark shark got me.
One minute left. They planted at Bravo. We took a loss there. Let's not repeat it. Search and destroy. All Saber, defend the objectives. Rosen 6-2 launch cruise missile. 10-second ETA. No effect on target. It's down to you, mate. Finish the mission. Enemy planted at Alpha. We lost that round. Ready up for the next one.
I thought I seen him over there.
Search and destroy. Saber 1, set security on the objectives. This round is ours. Ready up for the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Saber 1, set a charge on the target and detonate it. We've secured the bomb. You're all that's left. Finish it. We took a loss there. Let's not repeat it. Search and destroy. All Saber, plant a charge on the target and level it. Bomb secure. victory there. Prepare to repeat it. Search and destroy. All Saber, detonate the target to win. We have the device.
Southern copy, counter UAV running signals interference. Copy that, UAV online and orbiting the AO.
Fireman case? Getting fired.
Armor.
Fuck. Teabag?
UAV is bingo fuel. RTB at this time.
This round is ours. Ready up for the next one.
13 and 5 right now. Take off.
5?
Throwing my team in the bag, if you know what I mean.
Search and destroy.
Oh.
All Saber, defend the objectives. Friendly UAV online. Mission complete. Solid work.
14 and 5, 164. You know what I'm saying, Kyle?
This guy fucking paid for it and I just held his trigger and turned around.
I'll be right back.
Chumpy got fucking